Hello, chat. How are you guys doing today? I am doing fantastic. I'm feeling really good, chat. I'm feeling pumped. I'm feeling energetic. I'm feeling sun kissed. Okay. I've maxed out my vitamin D and I'm feeling pretty fucking good, chat. Can't say the same for many other people. Canadians, English people, especially not the English. How should I start? There's always the question that I ask myself every stream, only after I start streaming. How do I start the stream? I haven't figured this out yet. It's been, by the way, it has been, because I was looking at my paperwork yesterday for annual filing bullshit. And I realized, 2 days ago, and I realized that I incorporated Men at the Internet LLC exactly 6 years ago on the 15th. So the podcast has been a legal entity for 15 years, or not 15 years, but for 6 years. And the question is, when did I actually start? I'm not entirely sure, because there was no first episode of Mad at the Internet as like a serial podcast. It was sort of like my intentions were more of like a Ralph Retort type thing, where I would stream like a couple days a week. And so it's kind of fuzzy where I actually started doing streams. And then after I started doing sporadic random streams with like Discord call-ins, I started doing like weekly lolcow streams. And I very quickly burned out of that because it was just an extraordinary amount of effort. And I was running through all the good topics very quickly. So then it became more like news laden. And now it's just become like a kind of categorical. There's a couple things I talk about. And what I mean to say is that over the 6 years I've been doing this, at least as far as an LLC is concerned, I've never once sat down and decided, how the fuck do I start these? So I usually just play random music that is interesting to me, perhaps a song that's been stuck in my head for absolutely no fucking reason. And then I just talk about random bullshit while people open the stream and start listening. So, should I? Yeah, I'll save it. I'll save the English suffering. That's the best segment. Why even bother listening to the rest of the stream if you've already got the English suffering stream? So I guess I'll have to save that for a bit. Let's get up to Neil Maham, and let's just look at some news, some YouTube friendly news, friendly content that does not upset an Indian guy. What do I got? Okay. I'm pretty sure that this is like YouTube safe. I'm pretty sure. I can't imagine that this is not YouTube safe. So let's bring this up. Okay. I don't know what that means, but we're gonna hear, I think, a nice song about George Floyd. And there's never not a good day to honor the memory of George Floyd. So let's see what these two people of Rice have to say about George. Every lyric sounds different, but it all translates in the subtitles as "I can't breathe." That can't be accurate. I guess the first character means Floyd, and then the second character means George. Because if you didn't know, in Japan and in China, the family name comes first, chat. So it would be Floyd as the first. Pretty good. They're both laughing. They think that this is hysterical, talking about George Floyd. That upsets me, chat, because we should all know that it's not okay to make fun of George Floyd. Okay, he died tragically, and it's upset. Okay. I think everyone liked it. Everyone said that this was a good thing and that they really liked it. And I'm glad. I'm glad for them. I'm glad that there's joy and merriment in the world. And really, I think George, he would want his memory to be honored by spreading joy and merriment around the world, even in Japan, even. Cool. Next. There is now a trademark dispute in regards to the back rooms. So my very loose understanding of this controversy is that the back rooms is sort of like this young people thing. I guess you have to be like 10 years younger than me to understand this fully. But it's sort of like an SCP extended lore universe that's like a collaborative fan fiction. And it's about this I think the meme word liminal space comes from this concept. It's a liminal space of like a boring fluorescent office building that is endless and winding and uncanny. There are creatures in there. There's some sort of overarching concept in regards to like a containment thing that it's being studied by humans. I think there's video games, and the idea is that it's sort of like this big chef's pot of, or like a eternal, what's the word for it, where you have like a perpetual broth, and as they add new stuff to it, they don't fully clean out the old stuff. So it's just like this endless uh combination of user generated content that makes up what is considered the backrooms, kind of sort of like the actual concept of the backrooms itself. It's a endless sprawling, sort of samey but sort of different, right? Because it's made by other people. And so my understanding is that the concept of the backrooms came from 4chan's paranormal board, and this was extrapolated later into a Reddit post. And the Reddit post has been given the credit for creating the concept of the backrooms, even though it originated on 4chan, if I understand this correctly. It's not quite my shindig, but that's what I picked up in the ether of things. Then this became a sort of YouTube series from the guy who would eventually end up directing and creating the Backrooms movie. He edited and used Blender to create his custom videos for his interpretation of the Backrooms, and he sort of became like the helm of the concept. And then that this became the director for the movie The Backrooms. And I remember even I watched the Red Letter Media. It was the first time I had watched a Red Letter Media review in quite a while. I don't know why. Nothing in particular ever made me stop watching Red Letter Media, but there was a time I was one of the first people to really get onto them after the Plinkett reviews came out. I remember, I think I was around when the third one dropped. So I was like OG, okay, Plinkett wave into Red Letter Media. And I watched them for years, everything they did for years. And then it was like around COVID, I just stopped. I just stopped watching them, and I have never restarted watching them, even though I faithfully watched them every single episode until COVID. Then I watched the review of this, and they were talking about copyright, and it was an interesting concept because yes, it's a feature film by a director, but the idea of the Backrooms is this nebulous internet thing that doesn't properly have an author. And the example that they gave of the Backrooms having copyright issues was that somebody on Twitter took credit for scanning a sheet of wallpaper that ended up being the high quality texture they used for all the walls in the office. And what's funny about that even is that sure, the tweeter was taking credit for the work he had done to create the high resolution image that was used for the texture, but that wallpaper itself is a copyrighted thing that was created by a company and sold as wallpaper. So it's like, who truly owns the rights to the texture on the wall that in the movie that has now made millions of dollars. And you could say it's the guy that scanned it. You could say it's the guy that created the wallpaper, or you could be based and fuck copyright pilled and say that nobody should be able to claim a dividend off a wallpaper that made up a composite work like the movie. That would be my position. I actually have a lot more to say about copyright later on because Frogon has an update with the Lex Luthor copyright lawsuits. But following on the heels of that, it's not quite the wallpaper they're worried about. It's the trademark. Who owns the trademark to a nebulous, all-encompassing chef stew, perpetual stew of ideas from random people? Well, apparently the first person who bothered to go to the United States Patent and Trademark Office and say it was them. So now they have the trademark to the back rooms, and they are filing trademark complaints, which, as I remind you, are much more serious than a copyright complaint because trademarks have much stronger protections than copyright. And fair use doesn't usually apply as well as it does for a trademark. So Gigant Films. It's unknown if Gigant Films is associated with A24, hired as a third party or otherwise, but it's concerning. And then Kane Person's film update says, Backrooms Online, a good friend of mine, and well-known Backrooms news account on here, has had their account taken down after speaking out against A24's recent actions of taking down anything Backrooms. This is absolutely unacceptable, and I am appalled by this. I have no words. So, humans on the internet go to anonymous image board. They post a cool idea. A lot of people think that it's a cool idea. They contribute to the cool idea. It spreads to other communities such as Reddit and to YouTube. People spend a lot of time turning this cool idea into other formats, including short films. And then eventually Hollywood is like, you know what? This really is a cool idea. Let's make it into a feature film. And now who owns the idea of the cool thing? Wasn't the 4chan poster, wasn't the Reddit poster, wasn't the guy that made the fucking movie. It was Gigant Films. They now own the concept. And this is, of course, the folly of intellectual property, is that this guy, clearly nobody should be able to say that they own the idea of a liminal space. That's ridiculous. But we allow them to do that and to take down news accounts and shit because they theoretically own the property. So I'm subscribed to the USPTO's copy or trademark applications, and when the day that Keemstar files the trademark for the word LOLCOW, all hell is breaking loose. The gloves are coming off. I have my hardship offshore ready to bombard the gnome in the dome. Okay, don't even fucking think about it. Okay, I think that's it for that. Okay. Stripe has offered to buy PayPal for $53 billion. I don't think that this has gone through, but boy, oh boy, my least two favorite things in the entire fucking world are teaming up. PayPal is one of the worst companies ever created, and is probably the biggest black mark that Elon Musk has on his reputation. PayPal is a financial service that is not regulated in any way, shape, or form. They routinely seize tens of thousands of dollars from small businesses for 6 months, which is the legal maximum that they're allowed to freeze funds. So it's a gigantic fucking scam operation. And in the early days of the internet, PayPal has kind of taken the back seat in recent times. Thank fucking God, because if any company deserves to go under, it's fucking PayPal. But apparently they're still worth $53 billion. But PayPal, back in the day, it was really, really hard to get payment processors because you would have to navigate a complex maze of a payment processor. We call them payment processors, but it's sort of one piece of a puzzle. To facilitate a transaction between two people, there are the two individuals, their financial institutions, and then there is the MasterCard, the card network, which has its own acquiring bank, a relationship with a payment gateway, and then a payment processor. And these all work in tandem, and there can even be like a third level to this. So there's like 5 different banks involved in every card swipe. And so if you're trying to start a small business online in the early 2000s, it's really hard to get people's money because you can't process. A lot of people at the dawn of the internet, businesses would legit have a phone rep, and you would have to speak aloud on the phone your card details because they couldn't process payments on their website, but they had like an in-person like card receiver who would process it manually on their end. And sometimes businesses still do this, but it's very, very rare now because you have the internet. And part of the reason why, to be clear, PayPal bypassed all of this by making a centralized platform where the only intermediary that you had to deal with was PayPal. So both the merchant and the seller or the buyer would have a PayPal account and everything would be handled on that. But of course, it was never a bank, never a financial institution, never regulated. They routinely banned people for no reason. They seized money for no reason. They would hold tens of thousands of dollars in bankrupt companies that were small businesses for no reason. Truly one of the worst things that's ever fucking existed. The fact it's still allowed to exist is kind of sickening to me. And it was made somewhat obsolete by the invention of something called Stripe, because Stripe became the first popular payment facilitator, which eliminated the multiple relationships you'd need to have in order to open a card processing page on your website by simply handling it all for you end to end. So you would simply apply to Stripe. And the Stripe secret sauce, by the way, is that they accept everybody. If you just apply for an account, you'll get one, and then you can process money like the same day. But after you start processing about $1,000, they then go to underwriting. And then they underwrite you, and then you get banned. If they don't like anything about your website, you're banned. So Stripe ate PayPal's lunch by, frankly, being a better deal than PayPal, not requiring people to create a PayPal account and taking less money. PayPal took an absurd amount of every transaction. If you use PayPal, you lost like 10% of your purchase. Now, here we are, 2026, quarter of a century later, and the circle is completing itself, and Stripe is trying to acquire PayPal. What I really love in this country is when giant monolithic entities start eating each other so that they become even more gigantic and even more monolithic. It really just tugs at my heartstrings, makes me cry red, white, and blue tears of joy. And I certainly don't think horrific things I can't speak aloud because they're probably criminal. But you know what? Oh, well, I was going to say something optimistic for crypto, but crypto's fucked. Crypto's basically regulated into the fucking ground. And the freedom that we had, at least the checks fucking work, chat. Can we get a amen? Can we get a hallelujah, praise God, thank G-D in fucking chat for the checks? The checks, after all these years, they just fucking work. There's a piece of paper, there's a bank account number, and they just fucking cash. Can you believe it? What a godsend. The only tragedy is that it took me so long. It took me so long to figure it out, chat. Okay, next. The House has passed. Oh, this is what? Oh, the House has passed to get rid of DST permanently. It will now go to the Senate, and it's supported by Trump. I agree. I don't like daylight savings time. I think it's Jover. I think it's fucking Jover. We don't need it anymore. If China can be one gigantic time zone with no daylight savings time, then you know what? So can we. We can just fuck all time zones, and we'll just have people waking up at like 11:30 in the night. And sorry, 23. We'll just say 23 is when the Hawaiians will wake up, and it's just like, you know what? Fuck you, Hawaiians. Anyways, I support this. Well, can it be that Donald John Trump will be the first president in history to finally eradicate daylight savings time? It could possibly be that way. And if he does, by the way, I think he's only signed like 5 bills. I want to say that like in total, the number of bills he's signed is like 5. So this will be like bill number 6 that he gets to sign. Isn't that exciting? I'm happy for him. I would hate to be president and not to get to sign any bills. That would suck. And this is an update on the John Deere thing. I will play this.
Federal Trade Commission and farm equipment manufacturer John Deere reach a settlement in an antitrust lawsuit. The FTC and 5 states accuse John Deere of maintaining monopoly power for repair services for its equipment. Now farmers will have the option to repair their own John Deere tractors and farm equipment.
That sounds like an AI reading, but I will also play. Let me save it. So what they were doing to the John Deere people is that they had invented like proprietary screw heads for their tractors. So you can't just use like a Phillips or whatever, or the fancy Star. I think they're called Torx, TRX. They can't use like a fancy Torx screwdriver. They had to get like a special John Deere jumping deer screw head for their screws. So if you even wanted to maintain anything, you would have to go to the John Deere authorized retailer, because only they would have the specialized tools to unscrew something. And there is now an agreement settled by the FTC that will permit the authorized retailers to sell these tools so that the John Deere people, owners of the tractors, can repair minor mechanical issues on their own devices, which is obviously a huge win. I'm not trying to poo-poo that and be like, oh, who gives a fuck? But here's the black pill. The real issue that John Deere has, or that the customers who use the tractors have, is the same issue that plagues us all. The modern John Deere tractor is a sophisticated satellite-operated computer program. And things like seed planting and harvesting are all managed by hyper-precise satellites and GPS positioning. And oftentimes these tractors don't even have somebody sitting in the fucking cab anymore. They just run autonomously. So the real issue is not that they've managed to lock down their tractors with fancy jumping deer screw heads. The real issue is that there is a company, an agribiz company out there called John Deere, that effectively holds the entire domestic U.S. agriculture sector by the balls. And every major farmer in the country has to have a subscription to John Deere to plant and harvest crops at this point in time. So that's much more scary to me. But it's the same problem that we face everywhere, is that the internet has created this horrible precedent of everything being what you could call a live service. It is a computer program operated on somebody else's computer, hundreds or thousands of miles away, probably in California, operated by Indians who don't give a fuck about your privacy, who are actively selling your data to anybody who will buy it. And it's everything. And it's everything from your personal vehicle to super expensive industrial farming equipment is locked down, tracked, monitored, and resold without your knowledge. And I don't know what the fix is for that, because it makes them so much fucking money that they can just lobby forever. And, there's not really an obvious way to be like, okay, you have to like respect people. And we're not going to get people who are like, oh, maybe I should respect my end customer and not rape them. Because the people who are running these pyramid schemes in California don't look like you. They don't talk like you. They don't speak the same language that you do. They don't believe in the same God that you do. In fact, they probably believe in many gods. And they have no incentive, no baser, instinctual commonwealth with you. They have no cultural identity that they share with you. You exist to be harvested like a plant by a John Deere tractor. So there's not going to be a sort of like, let's not fuck people over thing, because not only for the reasons mentioned, the people involved don't give a fuck about you, but also because it's unprofitable. If you make a company and your company is, let's be good to the consumer, you're inherently going to be at a disadvantage to the person who's like, let's rape the consumer. You're going to make less money, and you're going to be competing against a company that's more well-funded. So that's sort of dire. Let's see what this soy boy over here has to say. I say soy, but I don't know. He just gives me soy bot vibes, okay?
Breaking good news. The good guys have won this battle in the right to repair war. Now, what is right to repair? If you don't know about this, it's pretty crazy, actually. So picture
Okay, I can't watch this video. The way this guy's mannerisms, his insistence on cutting, and the level of signal to noise has triggered a fuse, blown a fuse in my brain, and I'm unable to listen to that. Okay. Probably exactly what I just said. Okay, let's just assume. Next. Do I have skills at 99 in old school RuneScape? No, I don't. I never 99 to skill. The closest I came was farming, ironically. I have like level 98 farming or something on my old school RuneScape account. 100% achievements in all 3 Dark Souls games? Absolutely not. Are all of your combat and crafting gathering jobs at level 100 in Final Fantasy 14? I've never played it. Do you have 100% completion in Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom? Is that the second one that they put on the Switch? I've also not played that. Then you may be eligible for a $15,000 a year scholarship to the University of Silicon Valley. That's right, Chuds. Oh, there's a scholarship for video gamers. I'm a gamer. I just don't play that shit. I play Paradox games. Max achievement scholarship unlocked. $15,000 is not a lot. Legendary tier, $5,000 per term, 3 terms per year. Ultra rare accomplishments requiring 500 hours of sustained mastery across complex systems. Typically, so is it literally based off your achievements in a video game? Dude, all this, if this was worth a shit, all that's going to happen is that some guy named Ilya in Russia is going to accept like $1,000 to get you like a less than 1% achievement in like Little Big Planet. And then you'll submit that shit to your university to try to get $15,000 off. Like he'll just log into your PS3 account and like max out your Little Big Planet Chivos, and then you'll to try and get your scholarship. How the fuck are they? Are they gonna like sit you down and be like, okay, final destination, no items. You better kill all 3 level 9 AI characters on melee without taking a single hit. You better fucking flawless this. Like, they're not gonna do that. A written rationale connecting the achievement to cognition or educational outcomes, e.g., systems thinking, persistence, and creative problem solving. Well, you see, I have the determination, the cognitive determination to blow out all the tendons in my hand playing on a 26-year-old GameCube controller. And I figured out how to notch my controller so that True West is easier to find. And that's sort of kinda like working in social services. Perfect. Great job. Is it even necessary for college to exist anymore? I feel like university has been obsoleted by like AI. I don't know how I feel bad for kids going into school. I remember when I was learning math, it was so hard for me to give a fuck about math because I felt like computers and calculators already like made learning complex formulas and stuff just completely obsolete. And now it's like everything's obsolete. You don't need to know shit. You know what I mean? I guess it would only matter if in a trade. You have to like know how to use tools. I was having a conversation with Hardin actually, and I was helping him do something. And ironically, it was something related to AI. And I had an epiphany. I was like, the things I was telling him to do are quite obvious to me because it's just like installing stuff. But he's like I don't want to say boomer because he's like only a couple years older than me, but he graduated the Appalachian Law School from like Big Stone Gap or whatever the fuck in Virginia, and he hates computers. So what was very obvious to me was not obvious to him. And it made me feel useful still. Like, oh, thank God I haven't been completely and totally eradicated by AI. Even the simple installing shit on a computer stuff still needs some guidance for people. Oh, what? If you have the max cape? Educational rationale, sustained goal pursuit, and resource optimization. Wow, he wasn't joking. Legendary. Mastery rank 30. Is that actually hard? Is it hard to get mastery rank 30 in Warframe? I was surprised to see how many people still fucking play Warframe. When I played Warframe, the monetization really bothered me. I played the tree paladin who creates like healing rings. And then at a certain point I got the sniper rifle and I just like sat in my healing circle and I sniped all the NPCs and the game was like too easy. And I had gotten like the best sniper rifle available until after I complete like the story. And I was just like, and because then you'd have to go do raid bosses and keep trying it over and over again until you got the next sniper rifle. And I was just like, fuck that. I'm not doing that shit. I beat the fucking game as far as I'm concerned. Camping hippie, you're a camper? But it's like it's like PvE, right? So if I just sit in a fucking like who gives a shit if I'm camping? I'm shooting robots. I'm not shooting people. If I want to sit in my fucking tree circle and shoot people with a sniper rifle because I can headshot everything, why the fuck would I do that? They canceled that like they killed the game. They canceled my tree ring? Oh no. Okay, I see. If optimized PvE is camping, your game sucks balls. Yeah, that's true. I shouldn't have to like make my gameplay less fun to suit your fucking standards, okay? If you have the quest cape in RuneScape, you almost certainly have the mastery cape because you need like level 90 plus and everything. Okay, whatever. This feels like bullshit. Is it even like an accredited university? What the fuck is the University of Silicon Valley? What do you do? Is this how like you're not getting enough Indians in on your program, so you have to be like, okay, can we get what the fuck do people in the country even do anymore? Like if you're a 19-year-old boy, what the fuck do you do? You play old school RuneScape. That game's older than you. Why are you playing old what? You have level 99 and everything? What the fuck? Okay, fine. You can have a scholarship. Please come study at California. No, don't hang up. No, you can do it online. You don't have to actually move to California. Please. We'll give you even more for your Final Fantasy 14 Achievos. Gooning. When can we get the first Gooning scholarship? What would be the funniest place for there to be a Gooning scholarship? Utah? The University of Russell Greer? You can get a Gooning Scholastic. Maybe Vegas, something like that. Harvard. There's I can't remember where I read this, but somebody said like the University of Albuquerque, New Mexico is like the biggest whorehouse in the entire country. Maybe we can do a Gooning scholarship in Albuquerque. That seems to be where all the Latinkses and all the white boys with Latinx fever go to party up and have sex and do absolutely nothing of value for society. That's just what I've heard. Okay. Next. Okay, get this. So the Dockspin admin has supposedly been jailed in Wales, and he looks like a fucking troglodyte. His name is apparently Callum Dare or Callum Darry, but my understanding is that this is actually a false arrest, and that this guy was they've tricked the police into arresting this guy as like a fall guy. They're claiming it's him, and it's kind of hard to say. My understanding is that the guy is really elusive, so it's hard to say if it's him or not. But supposedly, word on the street is that the British have arrested the wrong guy and that they framed this guy. But I think the charge is not the Jocks. The charge is egging swatters on, which I would not. I don't know if I can co-sign that because I wouldn't. But if he is in Wales, he's like the dumbest retard ever. If you're running like any kind of edgy boy site at all, even if it's like mildly edgy boy and you're like in the UK, you're like retarded. You're like brain dead. Unless you're like a CI snitch, then you can be in the UK. But outside of that, you're like retarded. Next. The 21st Century Road to Housing Act was passed into law in the United States after a 10-day window where Donald Trump refused to sign it out of protest for the SAVE Act. So Congress can't pass the SAVE Act because it would actually help the country, and Congress and all congressmen are our enemies, and the Republican congressmen are being slain by God because they deserve it. Rest in peace, Lindsey Graham. I'll get to that in a second. But I read through this bill. Here's the gist of it. They're going to reduce the cost of housing by deregulating manufactured homes. That's their plan. That is the Republican strategy for reducing housing costs. We're going to pump out the shittiest fucking manufactured homes you've ever seen. If you don't know what a manufactured home is, because you're European or some shit, a manufactured home is also colloquially referred to as a trailer. They're going to pump out trailers to fill trailer parks so that while Indians buy townhomes and big suburbs around Houston and LA, you can live in a fucking trailer park like yours truly and in a manufactured home that depreciates in value. And you can cope and fucking seethe about it. Because if you think they're going to actually do anything to help your retarded ass, you're fucking smoking crack, which you probably should be. At this point, just follow Bossman Jack in his shoes and light up a little crispy crack. Can I say this on YouTube? Can I encourage people to smoke crispy crackarooski on YouTube? It's about harm reduction, Neil. You have to understand. These days, when you tell somebody to smoke crispy crackarooski, it's not about encouraging or embedding drug use. It's about harm reduction. Please, if you're going to smoke crispy crack rock, make sure you do it safely with clean utensils. Never share syringes, chat. Make sure you have someone there to mind you in case you overdose. If the prospect of never owning a home has you feeling bleak and you choose of your own accord to smoke crispy crack rock, take all necessary safety precautions when doing so, chat. Next. Lindsey Graham is fucking dead. It is so utterly sad and pathetic that we allow these fucking aged retard boomers to rot to death in their senatorial and house seats. We can't get rid of them. We can't vote them the fuck out. We can't challenge them. They won't fucking do anything. They won't pass anything meaningful. They can't get anything fucking done. But they sit there year after year, literally fucking decaying in a throne of power that could be used by somebody under the age of 40 to actually make life less shit and not pass bullshit like reduced price trailer parks, deregulated trailer parks. Like, that's the fucking key. And honestly, it should happen. I don't know why we allow people over the age of 70 to like run for office. It doesn't make any sense. If you're over the age of 70, you have literally nothing to offer the majority of Americans. You have nothing that I want from you. Like, sure, you can be an advisor, you can sit on some kind of fucking paper pushing seat in some 3-letter agency, but you should not be sitting in Congress waiting to fucking die. And the other person waiting to fucking die, I don't know if I have a tab for this. No, I don't. But supposedly Mitch McConnell is in hospice and about to die, and of course he's not going to resign either. He's going to rot to death in his seat because these petty, vindictive, evil fucking boomers hate you, and they hate America, and they hate young people, and they're all desperately clinging for the day that immortality is achieved by AI innovations, and then they get to live forever and never fucking die. Unless an unnatural death were to happen to them. God forbid, that would never happen to Lindsey Graham or Mitch McConnell. But yeah, fuck them. That's all I gotta say. There's something else I was gonna say as a follow-up to this. I forgot. Some nice little bow to put on this. Nah, fuck them. I think that's it. That's all I want to say. This is other Democratic boomer who refuses to fucking... Oh, I was going to say, We need like a boomer hate thread on the forum. I don't know. We might even have one. I've never looked for one. Someone in chat was asking, on the YouTube chat was asking, saying like, do we have like a boomer hate thread? Or he wanted me to no, rather he wanted me to comment on how much boomers suck. And I was like, well, I could, but you should probably just join the forum to do that, because why not? And it occurred to me that we probably need like a forum thread on it, because I feel like that would be a very successful and productive forum thread chat. The person who hates boomers the most, by the way, on the entire Kiwi Farms is Crunklord. Crunklord420 despises boomers with every atom of his soul, and he will regale me with stories about how he had the opportunity to inconvenience and punish a boomer for merely existing. And regardless of what the capacity of that boomer was, he would enact the most petty revenge ever to make their lives as difficult as possible, simply because he hates everybody over the age of 60 and hopes that he can induce stress-induced hernias in their brain and kill them. So surely there's a market for this. If there's a boomer hate thread on the forum, it would probably do very well. Crunklord would have many things to say in regards to his absolute, total, and complete hatred and contempt for everybody of that age. Anyways, here's the other Democratic boomer that refuses to die, Chuck Schumer. And I believe he farts. Let's take a listen. I did play Ralph sharding. Let's listen to Chuck Schumer sharding.
And we need a complete investigation that's independent. Now on Iran and the NDAA. When all the Trump...
What the fuck? That sounds edited.
When all the Trump administration... Complete investigation that's independent. Now on Iran and the NDAA.
This guy thinks about Iran and killing Iranians, and he's just become so relaxed in his euphoria that he voids his bowels. He becomes fecally incontinent because getting that hit of knowing this, what's the name of the Senator Bloodfeast? Once Senator Bloodfeast hears about bombing Iran, he enters a state of absolute delirium, and his entire body relaxes and his bowels just void out into his adult diapers. Jews stay winning. Okay, and then this is the update from last week in regards to Tim Walz. Tim Walz is governor of Minnesota. And in Minnesota, there was a brown person who was guilty of child sex offenses. And he had raped a child that I believe it was even like a stepdaughter, or it was somebody in his care, I believe. And he had raped her over many years. He was then arrested because she came forward to the police about the enduring, ongoing abuse she was suffering. He was tried before a jury of his peers, I believe, unless he pled out. And he was sentenced. And because he was an illegal alien and a child sex offender, the United States Department of State decided that they would deport him after he was done serving his prison sentence. However, feisty Chuck Schumer heard that this person would be getting deported, and so he gave him a slightly early pardon to allow him, I guess, to also excuse his criminal sentence. So I guess he wouldn't have to register as a sex offender or anything because he got pardoned. But the main thing was to let him out of jail a couple weeks early so that he could escape capture by ICE. ICE managed to locate this individual and arrest him, and he is awaiting deportation now. But the blowback is crazy because you have a literal governor of a Democratic state who ran for vice president of the United States of America with Hillary Clinton, and he's out there pardoning child sex offenders simply because of the color of their skin and their national origin, which is like insane. It's insane and beyond parody. The like that would be something that a deranged, unhinged boomer conservatard would say as like a joke. Like, they hate Trump so much they'd probably let a child sex offender out to help them stay in the country. They need them damn illegals so much. And then that's exactly what happens. That's literally exactly what happens. Like, not even as a joke, without a hint of irony. That's exactly what happens. Wait, did I say something wrong? Oh, that's right. Wait. Oh, Tim Kaine. Tim Kaine was Hillary Clinton's. I forgot that. I completely forgot that Kamala Harris existed. For some reason I thought it was Biden Waltz in 2024 and not Harris Waltz. So I had to try and figure out where he slotted into that. Okay, I understand now. Sorry, chat. It's a very hot week this week, okay? Give me a break. My deregulated manufactured home might be killing me slightly. All right, so this is what he said after the controversy came out that he was pardoning child sex offenders to further his political agenda. He said this, did it improve the idea that we can't all be judged by our worst day? Minnesota Governor Tim Walz defended his vote to pardon Tu-Lu Vong after Trump administration deported the Laotian You're from Laos, aren't you, boy? You're Laotian. Deported the Laotian national to Laos last week. Oh, he's already out of the fucking country. Wow, got what I voted for award. Walt said the pardon was unrelated to What the fuck? That's even worse. Saying that it wasn't, dude, the only cope that you could possibly have about this is that it was purely based on immigration and frustrating the efforts of ICE in every way possible. That would be the only possible way to make this ship float. To say you deliberately pardon a child sex offender unrelated to immigration policy is like shooting yourself in the fucking foot. Unrelated to immigration policy, noted that the Minnesota Board of Pardons had denied clemency to other applicants facing immigration consequences. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said he revoked Vong's legal status, adding that Vong will, quote, never pose a threat to any American ever again. Fox News Digital previously reported that Vong admitted to repeatedly... Is this guy related to Eng Vong? Is she Laotian? Admitted to repeatedly sexually assaulting a girl for several years, starting when she was 10. That's insane. That is an insane fucking thing to do. To not only pardon this person, but to then deny it had any bearing on his immigration status. Because that's your only out. That's your it's not a good excuse, but it's like your only sensible excuse. It's crazy. At least they got him, chat. So you know what? All's well that fucking ends well. This is an unrelated deportation, but the Department of Homeland Security, bizarrely, tweeted this video. Maple Leaf Menace, this illegal alien who assaulted a teenager has no business being in our country. So I guess I can't play the fucking video because I'm not signed in. Is this what we're doing here? Okay, give me a second. I have this, have a way to pull this up. Come on, YouTube. DLP, yeah. That's what I thought. Okay, so I think what it was is that the teen girl, I thought it was boys at first. The teen girl had a MAGA hat on. So this irate Canadian walks up and slaps the shit out of her for being a heckin' evil Trump tard. To which the Department of Homeland Security said, Maple Leaf Menace, this illegal alien who assaulted a teenager, has no business being in our country. She is now in ICE Gov custody pending removal from our nation. To which ICE replied to them and said, Caitlin, it's time to go home, Maple Leaf. So it's not just the Laotians. Let's be clear. Our rigid border enforcement here is not racist, okay? If we see a fucking Angloid or a fucking leaf that has flown across our border, been swept up and raked up into the United States, they are going back home. No questions asked. We don't need these fuckers in our country. The day of the rake is now. Next, Canada is burning. I can't play this video on YouTube, but there is a very famous video by Fred Phelps, who was the leader of the Westboro Baptist Church, a very controversial church, who famously said, God hates Australians. Actually, I can say this on YouTube. I'm quoting somebody here. I think that they even use as the example, you're allowed to play things from religious nut jobs as long as you're condemning it. So I condemn this message, but Fred Phillips famously said, God hates Australians, land of the sodomite dam. The fag-infested country of Australia is burning, and we pray to the dear Lord to send many more Australians straight to hell. Something like that. So you could apply the same thing to Canada, for instance. If Fred Phelps was with us, he no longer is, which honestly, he was a bad guy who said bad things. And he would have said the bad thing of, God hates Canada, land of the sodomite dams. The fag-infested country of Canada is burning. And we pray for the dear Lord to send many more Canadians straight to hell. That's probably what he would say. If he was alive, which he's not, which is a good thing, because he was bad, Shat. Next. Apparently, by the way, it's like a huge ring of fire all throughout Canada, and like the smoke quality is actually like Beijing levels, and they're telling people you got to mask up again because otherwise you're going to choke to death on microplastics that are floating through the air. So it's pretty dire. But many people are trying to stay optimistic. This is really scary, obviously. It's very destructive, very painful death fire. But smoke is also dangerous. So many people are trying to take a positive spin on this and say, boomers are probably a bit too prideful to really think, oh, smog? Smog can't possibly kill me. I lived to 63. I'll live forever. Once they figure out how to cure death in a couple of years, and then they just go out and they inhale all that succulent smog, and might not turn out too good for them. So positive polys are in control, chat. Fear not. Not Western Canada, buddy. I don't know anything. What's in Western Canada? Is Alberta considered Western Canada? I would think not. I would think that is Central Canada. It's British Columbia, right? That's West in the Yukon. That's where to live. That's where you want to live. If you have to live in Canada, go to the Yukon. You can be like Yukon Cornelius and prospect for gold. So that's the life right there. Nobody will ever find you. That's what I would do. Next. Okay, so let's see. There is, what is this? I want the background on this. Does this have the background? A lot of fertility and psych providers are private pay, mostly because of a large number of insurance plans cover neither or max out after 8 counseling sessions. Anyway, speaking of psych, I wonder why Mrs. Deafblind didn't just go into a child and adolescent psychiatry or something. Seems like a job someone with their lack of ability could do over surgery. So Mrs. Deafblind is now Dr. Deafblind. Dr. Alexandra Elaine Adams is now a doctor. Doing what, though? In advance of beginning her extended shadowing period tomorrow, Alexandra Elaine Adams has landed on the medical register. The Northeastern University of London are using her for promotion, and they have posted an article about her and have shared her graduation walk on their Instagram page. So this is a graduation walk of a deaf blind woman who's now a doctor?
In addition to her master's degree, Dr. Alexandra Adams is also graduating this year with a Bachelor of Medicine, Bachelor of Surgery, awarded from Cardiff University.
A Bachelor of Surgery? For a deaf blind person?
After a long and momentous journey to become the UK's first ever deaf-blind doctor.
The boomers say congratulations. Tonya Eves, would you let this person operate on you? Kathy Queen, congratulations. Bella Plug, really inspiring. Yanib Yusuf says, thrilled, sir. Bismi Benoy says, amazing. Dan Robertson says, I think it's fantastic that medicine has become so advanced. It allows someone in her position to offer care and medical treatment to others. I also think being blind would be a blessing for the removal of human bias, which everyone carries with them as part of the human condition. You can be sure she will never be able to judge someone based off their appearance, but simply treat the symptoms they present. Bro, English people are not human beings. Like, do you think that someone who's deaf and blind can't develop prejudices? I wonder, if you're deaf and blind, what particular sense still exists and could cause you to not like somebody, perhaps from a country like India? Do you think that maybe Dr. Deafblind Adams could stumble upon a patient who is extremely offensive to her in some way and cause her to hate him? Um, Trying to think. Trying to think here, chat. Not sure. Not sure what kind of sense could cause a negative predisposition towards somebody as a deafblind person, but I'm sure they'll find a way. Humans are really inventive. But no, Dan Robertson has this figured out. This is actually the best thing ever. That's so fucking. I hate people. I hate that people are so fucking stupid. It's a doctor that can't see or hear. I'm waiting for the first surgeon in the UK that has fucking Parkinson's. The first ever doctor to overcome the physical handicap of Parkinson's disease and become a retinal surgeon. Beautiful. Beautiful gents. Toast to him. Guinness up, okay? Suicidal. Oh, God. Okay. Wait, let me read the rest of that post. That was interesting. So, started her career by ignoring all the nice comments and replying to the ones finding out about her for the first time, including bypassing one very encouraging one to encounter. Okay, so she's replying to negative comments. Says, at Ash Nagpal says, I don't know about everyone, but for me, this is a genuine question. How is she going to treat the patients or perform surgery or research for that matter? There is a reason why this is the first ever. I don't think anyone is trying to discredit her at all, just surprised and asking genuine questions here. To which Alexandra replies and says, hi, I share a myth-busting videos on how I do all these things. Such as using a stethoscope. You're deaf! Taking blood, identifying rashes, responding to emergencies, reading and writing notes, etc. You can find them on my page. I would not have... Dude. Just the idea of someone who can't fucking see or can't fucking hear using a stethoscope and trying to find my vein for an IV has me, like, feeling cold. I don't know if I've ever said this on stream before, but I've rarely ever had my blood taken. And when I do, it's like a serious concern that I'm going to pass out. I'm very afraid. I'm not afraid of needles, but the first time I ever had blood done, they took like 6 vials of my blood. And I just remember thinking like, wow, this is taking a long time. And I was like nervous. I'm like, trust the doctors. The doctors, she's a phlebotomist. She knows what she's doing. This is fine. And then it just kept taking forever. She kept racking up another vial. And then after 4 vials, I looked down at the collection tray and I said, that's a lot of blood. And I didn't want my heart to I didn't want to freak out. I could feel my heart racing. So I intentionally, using my cool cucumber powers, suppressed my anxiety. But apparently this is another thing where if you try too hard to stay calm, you literally just crash your heart rate and you faint. So I almost fainted. I slumped over. I was like cold sweating. I felt very cold. And now I have to tell doctors when I have to get pricked with a needle, yeah, I'm a fainter. Because they'll ask, like, have you ever passed out? And I'm like, yeah, I almost did once. And then they'll have you lay down like a fucking dog to get your blood taken. But so I'm thinking about deafblind here, trying to find my vein. And I'm just thinking about it. I'm like, I feel the cold sweats coming. I'm feeling all jittery and shit. This is not okay. I'm not okay. I'm not okay. I don't want this. I don't want this. Very, very spooky chat. And then the fucking Jeet apologizes. That is why I have all the more respect, praise for you in my heart. Just a bit stunned at how you do it, sir. Please don't get me wrong. This is a wait, did I read that? No, Jallo Shin says, don't get me wrong. This is a remarkable achievement, but how does a deafblind doctor treat patients the same level as other doctors? I'm genuinely curious. I mean no offense. Dominic Brandt also says, I have no idea, but no shade. They're so afraid to offend. Hi, I share myth busting with. Oh, just copy pasting this shit. ChatGPT, please copy paste my bullshit response to everybody's. I start work as an NHS Foundation doctor. You hear that, boys? You hear that, all you fucking UK monkeys? At least we don't get shot doing our maths. At least we got free medicine, don't we? The pride and joy of the British Islands, the NHS. They're so down bad. They're letting the fucking deaf blinds do surgery, chat. That's what we're fucking dealing with in the UK these days. Nice. It is a good question. Why not psychiatry? They got fucking BetterHelp. If she was like trying to become a BetterHelp psychiatrist, even as a dedicated A-log and Ingloid hater, I struggle to find anything that like a online therapist or psychiatrist, or sorry, psychologist, right? No, psychiatry is the doctor. Psychologist is like not a doctor. I don't fucking know. I don't listen. Mental health is a spook, and anyone who believes in it is retarded. And SSRIs are fucking kill your parents inducers, and it's all spooks. Okay, it's all myths and ghosts and demons and spooks. Okay, but I'm just saying, if you're gonna become a doctor, why not become one that doesn't require hand-eye coordination if you can't fucking see? Next. We're in for a good one. Just looking at this face in that costume, we're in for a good one. So Sneed says, if you need some extra content for the stream, boy do I ever. The UK police made a video to citizens from the Run, Hide, Die campaign starts. Run if it's safe to do so, then hide if that doesn't work, and then die. You have no right to self-defense. What is the actual one? Because I don't know the actual. In the United States, if you don't know, the official instructions for all people from the Department of whatever the fuck, they've officially said that in the event of a mass shooting, your steps are to run, hide, and fight. This is what they tell kids in our public schools these days. This is not a joke. If you hear distant shooting, just get the fuck out of there. If you hear close by shooting and you can't get the fuck out of there safely without going into the open, hide. If you are confronted by a shooter, turn on your apeshit monkey brains and just fucking let loose. Bite on his neck, claw at his eyeballs, go fucking ham, because you're about to die, you dumb motherfucker. That is the official instructions from the Department of Everything about what to do if you are being shot at and you don't have a gun because you're a student in a high school, like a fish in a barrel. That's not even a joke. You gotta unhinge yourself. You gotta suppress your prefrontal cortex. You gotta disable your pain sensations. You gotta pump adrenaline into every fiber of your muscles, and you gotta tear at it like a. Gotta bite at his face like an apple. So let me figure out what the UK one is, because I have a feeling it's less gay. UK version of Run, Hide, Fight. Run, hide, tell. Run, hide, tell. Pull out your phone when you're in the closet hiding from the mass killer and dial What is it even? Is it not 999? Doyle 999 and tell the bobbies about the shooting of the knife and that is like it's so crazy how when you hear the government of the UK say anything, it's so fucking pathetic. It's like, how do you not feel shame about shit like this? In the United States, our government knows it has to look cool. There's like an oppressive fear regime from the United States federal government. The federal government, under no pretense ever, tries to pretend it's your fucking friend. And honestly, it works out better that way than trying to pretend that it's Mr. Friendly. I would rather have an adversarial relationship with my government as God intended than pretend that the government's my fucking friend. Because it's not. It's not. Alright? It's not. But the UK Lloyds, they have to pretend that they're on their side for some reason. So let's hear about Run, Hide, Tell, chat.
Currently in the UK, the threat level is severe. This means that
Yeah, I believe it. I believe you.
attack is highly likely.
In the event of a firearms or weapons attack, run if it is safe to do so. This is the best option. If you cannot run, hide.
Please call 999 only when it is safe to do so. Thank you.
What is with the music? Like, it's like the 007 music or something. James Bond's like trying to break into like the bad guy's mansion, the Russian mafioso's mansion in London. It's like that bam, bam, bam. But in real life, he's like running away from the mafioso. He's hiding in one of those red phone booths, and he's using the phone booth to dial 999 to inform other people who are more competent than he is that they need some help. This shit's bad. Finally, okay, so I can say, and this is actually really shocking to me. I have never seen anything like this before in my life. FIFA has, and this, I have very negative opinions about this, to be quite honest. FIFA has finally broken into the United States. It is now a mainstream thing, and I believe this has happened for two commingling reasons. First, FIFA is globo homo personified. If you ever, there's a really famous meme quote by Kalergi, which is called like the Kalergi plan or whatever the fuck. And it's something about how Jews are like the conspiracy theory version of this is that Jews are meant to rule over the Goyim cattle or whatever the fuck in the EU. And he's one of the founders of the EU. That quote's actually fabricated, but I would actually highly recommend that you read his book. Let me figure out what the book is so I can recommend it. Kalergi's. He has a weird Richard von Coudenhove Kalergi, who was a politician and philosopher. And then the Kalergi plan is actually fake. As far as I know, I have never been able to find a real source for it. But there is the book that he wrote. Praktische Idealismus, which translates literally to practical idealism. And it's a very interesting book by one of the founders of the EU. And in it, he explicitly states that all sports should be promoted as the only safe outlet. This is honestly more conspiratorial than the bullshit quote about like the Jews ruling over the cattle or whatever. He explicitly says that all forms of nationalism should be abolished except and channeled into sports participation and only sports participation. And then if you look at Germany and specifically how they're super into football, it is like a 1-to-1 direct mapping to practical idealism by Coudenhoven or whatever the fuck. And he also explicitly says that hunting and gun sports should not be promoted because it carries a bloodlust element to it and is dangerous. So he says, don't promote hunting, don't promote sports shooting, but instead promote football because it's a release valve for nationalism that has no other violent... Sorry, I unplugged my headset. Has no other violent use. And it's very nefariously stated. So, first point of order is that I believe that the whole FIFA push because American football is very isolated. It's just Americans fucking around usually. So it's very like nationalistic in a way that's not globalized, whereas FIFA is extremely globalized. So first nefarious thing is I believe FIFA is a global homo psyop to make people pacified cattle. And that is the actual Kalergi plan to do that because it's true and it's happened. The second thing I think that's happened that has made FIFA break through in the mainstream this year is that the NFL sucks. Everybody I know who throughout their entire life has been a huge football fan, American football fan, hand egg fan, if you're a Redditor, everyone who enjoys American hand egg is out of it. They don't care anymore. They're people in my family were real big fans of the Redskins, which are now called the Washington Commanders, which is like the gayest fucking name ever. And they're just checked out. They don't give a fuck anymore. They're not going to root for the Commanders. They only would root for the Redskins. And since the Redskins don't play anymore, they don't give a shit anymore. And they always have like the Black Lives Matter, taking a knee, raise fist bullshit with Colin Kaepernick. And it's like, I don't even hear outrage politics about NFL stuff anymore because it doesn't make the news because nobody gives a fuck about the NFL. So you have all these people who need their good old fashioned slappa. And then you have a company that really, really, really wants to break into the U.S. market. They do a huge advertising blitz. I went out to Walmart, and oh my God, I sent a picture to my friend who's Argentine, and it was like cans of Dorito chips that were limited edition and had Messi on them. They were Messi Doritos. And it's like Coke has football stuff on it. Doritos has Messi on it. Everything has fucking football on it. And it's like it's so obvious that it's a super, super top-down advertising campaign where it's not like let's appeal to football fans with our products. It's let's hype up football by advertising football so that the average person thinks that football is super popular. And it worked. It worked because I was in public when the Argentina game was playing, and I realized that it was playing because I was getting notifications about it. And everybody was watching it. Everybody had stopped what they were doing and was watching the TV and watching the game. And it was especially after if you don't know, the game, it went on for like an hour, and then England got the first goal. And then in the last 10 minutes, Argentina scored twice. And it was after that first goal by Argentina that literally everybody stopped what they were doing and just stood there staring at the screen and were watching the game actively to see if Argentina would score again. Even like the workers at the place had stopped what they were doing and were watching the game unfold. And it was such a new thing that you had adults in like their 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s talking to each other and explaining the game. And they're like, so why is it 9 minutes longer now? Well, because they got a goal, so it's tied up, and they don't like that. So they're going to add 9 minutes to see if they can score again. And it's like, what happens if they're still tied after that? And it's like, well, they might go to kicks. And it was like people who had never followed the fucking rules of this. And I just want to say, down south, okay, everybody was rooting for Argentina. Nobody wanted to see England win. Everybody was like, fuck England, Argentina all the way. People who probably legitimately could not pick out where Argentina was on the fucking map to save their fucking lives was like, fuck England. So it was a good audience to be watching a football game, man. And it was very strange. I felt very normie pilled at that moment. I was out in public, surrounded by boomers who were talking up a football game, and I was seriously invested in watching Argentina win. And I just felt like an alien to myself for once in my life. And everyone was pretty hyped up when the second goal was kicked. Like that was only 3 minutes left. There's only 3 minutes left. And then I tweeted about it, and English people are very salty. But you know what? Fuck you. You're English. I can't help it. I'm sorry. Your country sucks. Everything about England fucking sucks. I don't even want you or your country to get any fucking better. And then I always get salty English people at me like, you're like a Jew because you're like sowing anti-white hatred. And I'm like, look, You got what you fucking deserved. Okay, you allowed this to happen. And okay, you have to take some accountability for it. I take full accountability for the fact the United States fucking government sucks ass because my people did not pay enough attention, were not active enough, did not pursue the upper echelons of society, and it has been completely supplanted. And we got the government we fucking deserve, and if it's going to be fixed, it's going to be fixed by us. And the English have to do the same thing. They have to sit down and be like, you know what? We fagged this whole shithole up. It's our fault. But yeah, I was I was very contemplative on if I should bet money. I was like this fucking close. I'm doing the pinchy thing right now. You can't see me, but I'm doing it right now, like this fucking close to betting on Argentina winning the cup, and it was only like a 19% chance. So I would have gotten like a 5-to-1 return, right? If I had bet like $1,000, I would have gotten $5,000. Like holy shit! But I heard the voice from Boss Man in my head. And he's like, "Don't do it, bro. Gamba's degen, bro. Don't fucking do it. Don't do what I've done." And so I didn't do it. Okay, I didn't bet. You know who did? PPP. He bet on Argentina. He bet $1,000 maple dollars on Argentina winning, and his cortisol spiked the fuck up when England got the goal super late into the game. And then he was elated. He got the biggest dopamine hit in the entire world when they won. Okay. That is the football segment. Also, British L, a American working in the UK, was furious and humiliated after being called a Yank and won £5,000 sterling in Scottish court for racial discrimination. Raymond Joseph got fed the fuck up by hearing the losers of the war try and press upon him the hurtful American slur Yank, and sued and won. Okay, so that's fucking base. Yes, America is a race. Okay, it's a race. It's an independently identifiable race now. There should be I need like a catalog of slurs for Americans. I know that the German slur for American is Ami. And there's even like a song called Ami Go Home. And it was I want to say it was an East German song for Berliners about Ami needing to go the fuck home. Let me chat GPT this real quick. I need to just do a little quick chat GPT Ruski, okay? Give me a list. For some reason it gets slow whenever I start typing. Oh, it's only like the desktop app that does it. Let me just ask Claude then. I got AI for days, boys. Don't ever worry. I got the AI ready to go. I'm piped into that Fable 5.8 shit right now. List of offensive names for Americans. Ami. Not Ami. Okay, I see. Globally recognized as Yank. British Cockney will say septic. Because apparently septic tank is Yank. That is the most retarded fucking thing I've ever heard. British people are fucking awful. Burger is apparently very common. That's apparently Ami is French. Ami is French and not German, but it's also used in Germany. Gringo, Latin American. Cowboy, I think that's an Asian one. They'll call people cowboys because they're like reckless. Surely there's like a good Russian one. This feels like an incomplete list. Okay, sorry. Let me find one more. Pindos. But isn't Pindos Amerikashka, mocking version of American? Merkin, which is Murican, like okay, it's a Russian version. It's how Russians would say Murican. Okay, I got you. And then Yankee is like Spanish for Yankee. I guess there's not that much then. Okay. Pindos is apparently the one they like to use, which sounds a lot like pedori, which means like pedophile. The word, if my understanding is correctly, the slur pedori in Russian is used for both gay and pedophile. So the Russian slur word, like our word for fag, also would mean pedophile in Russian, which I've always found to be a funny thing. It is kind of weird though, because it's like with the British, they call each other nonces as like a casual insult, and then they do the same thing in Russian. It's like that's not a casual fucking insult in American. Okay. I'm allowed to talk about etymology, okay? Fuck Neil. If Neil Mahan wants to throw hands over that shit, I'll throw hands over that shit. I can talk about language. Educational stream. Worldwide audience, okay? Next. I think this is the last of the regular news. The United Kingdom has decided not to restrict VPN access, which will leave some people wondering. Why not? Surely the dystopian hellhole that is the UK would find any excuse possible to ban a privacy tool. Well, the rationale is very much in line with British sentiment.
We also know that the Technology Secretary said there will be an announcement on VPNs, which is really important, in July. Are we going to hear about that?
So look, we've engaged very widely with families across the country on the question of VPNs. And one of the big things we heard was that many families feel VPNs are important to protect their privacy and their children. Whistleblowers told us the VPNs are important for them. Minority groups told us that the ability to use VPNs is a really important way in which they can call out for help when they need it. And so for those reasons, we have decided not to limit VPNs today. And that's the primary conclusion for now, but it is something we'll continue to review. We want to make sure that young people are safe on VPNs in particular, and so we'll work with the companies to make sure that's the case.
I hate that bitch's face so fucking much. I hate how she talks, and I hate how she looks. I really don't. I don't know who she is, but fuck her. And not in that way. Like in... She nasty. She nasty Angloid slag. Okay. So Mr. Sunjar Dikshit Pajit says that they can't ban VPNs because how else would ethnic minorities safely report incidents of racial abuse to the Home Office? Great question. One of the many uses of a VPN, but apparently the most important one when it's talking about the concerns of the British population. Okay. And on that nice note, I think I'm going to round out the YouTube segment. I will post the Kick link in the YouTube chat. I would encourage all YouTubers to switch over to Kick. I know that you guys like your YouTube, but as I have been struggling with throughout the entire stream, it is quite hard to say what I want to say when I have to abide by Neil Mahan's terms of condition. Okay. Sorry to say. Okay. Thank you for watching. Hopefully you'll switch over to Rumble or Kick. I will see you there. And boy. YouTube. Specifically, this isn't the end of the stream, though it sounds like I'm turning off the stream for everybody here in a second. All right. No more need for a Neil Maham. We're back to the regular News Ham. Hello, News Ham. How are you doing today? I'm doing fine. Thank you for asking. So this is a article by... Oh, I might have to download this as well because I'm not signed into Hex. But this is a post by Visegrad24. To my understanding is that Visegrad is the right-wing publication that has... It's often accused, I think, of being a propaganda outlet for RT news or for Russia. It's based in Hungary, but it's a very popular account with the right wing on Twitter. I'm usually quite skeptical of what they say, though. I feel like they take things out of context and are deliberately rage baiting a lot. So I'm typically a little bit hesitant to trust them. But anyways, they posted this. They said, an American transsexual man who applied for asylum in the Netherlands due to oppression in Trump's America has been placed in the infamous asylum center Ter Apel, famous for Islamist, extremist, and Neuf violence. He says he regrets his decision. Well, let's check that out and see with our own two eyes here.
Between here and there is a bunch of
Oh my God. They all have the same fucking voice. They all sound exactly like when I did like phone calls with like programmers as like a young adult, and I still did like real work all the time. Um, Anytime you'd pick up the phone with some software guy that you had never spoken to before, they'd all sound exactly like this.
Between here and there is a bunch of Algerians and Moroccans or whoever who think that queer people should be beaten. I think that this system where you have people just living out here that are unhappy is not good.
Yeah. And do you think it's safe here?
No, I don't think it's here.
Oh, it's scary. It's legitimately scary. I decided that my mental health is degrading so substantially being here that I just need to get out, and the situation that I have in the US as a trans person, not good, right? But here I will be hurt or killed.
Oh, so you mean to tell me that actual transphobia and deprivation of human rights looks like physical violence and imminent threat to safety, and mean words on the internet does not count? Cool. Well, you know what? I've been saying that for a while, and they called me a transphobe and debanked me for that. What the fuck is this frame? Jesus. Next. Our boy Ellen Page, the little dude. Apparently, I haven't looked into this, but I heard the news that from Hardin of all people, that the entire movie for Odyssey, is it called Odyssey or Odysseus? Odyssey. Odysseus is the character of the Odyssey, I think. But the entire movie apparently has leaked out on 4chan. And the company responsible for this is filing DMCs like fucking crazy. And anything that hits even a single frame of the unreleased footage will be DMCA'd immediately, even if it's like a meme or fair use. So I would love to see some fair use lawsuits as a result of that. But alas, we don't have enough Republican lawyers suing everybody. Oh, whatever will we do? If only there was a brave class of young white boys with law degrees that could sue for political purposes to embolden freedom of speech. But alas, we don't have those resources to us. Only the left gets to do that. Alas, chat. Unrelated though, there's a little dude meme that I will play for you because it's funny. Oh no, I just realized that this is copyright infringement. This is copyrighted music protected under the Copyright Infringement Act of 1997. I thought I could get away with it, did ya? He was the bravest little dude I'd ever seen, chat. He put on his little helmet, his child-sized helmet for his small skull, and then died. Like a man would, standing out in the open waiting to get killed. Very nice. Let's see what this is. The cope is in, but it's super weak. Kispe is a pooner. Okay, so a second little dude named Kispe has stepped up to the plate to defend his little dude, Elliot Page, from them.us. This is a gay rag, in case you're curious. Elliot Page is 3 things transphobes will never be: happy, in a hit movie, and with a girlfriend. The actor is soaring above the inane transphobic backlash over his role in The Odyssey. So you mean to tell me that no transphobe has ever been happy in a hit movie or with a girlfriend? I'm pretty sure that a bunch of actors got blacklisted for saying transphobic shit, and I'm pretty sure that they're probably happy with their millions of dollars and are also married. Elliot Page walked the red carpet for the New York City premiere of The Odyssey earlier this week. much to the chagrin of right-wing transphobes sitting at home behind their keyboards. What the fuck else? I mean, how else are you supposed to make fun of a tranny these days? Like, am I supposed to like march out to Ellen Page's house and like punch her in the fucking face? I'm pretty sure that the most appropriate venue for complaining about something inane like this is to go online with a keyboard. Unless you're trying to shame me for not having a phone? Is that it? Page enjoyed a lovely evening with his girlfriend, overcompensating star Julia Shiplet, and a crew of friends, including actress Peppermint, comedian James Tom, and ACLU attorney Chase Strangio. I've never heard of any of these fucking people. A hit movie, a beautiful partner, and a fun time with your pals. Looks like fun. Is it a hit movie? It's not even fucking out yet, is it? Predictably, though. How can you call it a hit if it's not out? I don't think that's how that works. Predictably, though, some online proceeded to absolutely lose it over clips of him in the movie that were subsequently leaked. Without spoiling the Christopher Nolan adaptation of Homer's epic, the leaked clips appear to show scenes in which Page's character, Sinan, is dehydrated and scrambling around the beach in a way that is apparently activating two conservative transphobes? Many complain that Page appeared weak and not at all like Achilles, which is probably good because Page isn't playing the mythical Greek warrior at all. Okay. So one person on Twitter mistook Ellen Page's role as Achilles when she's playing Sinan, who's like a super minor character, from my understanding. Oh, look, some gay shit on Netflix. You want to watch some gay shit on Netflix? Here's an ad for some gay shit on Netflix. Awesome. Okay. I guess that's the cope. I don't think I have anything else to say about it. I'm not going to watch this movie. The movie, honestly, there's like black people too. There's like black Greeks. There's like black Greeks who explicitly say, we are Greek. And it's like, no, you're not. You're black. So I have less than zero motivation to see this movie. So I will not be watching it. That's generally how I handle stuff like this. I have no reason to watch your shit fucking movie. So I'm just not going to watch your shit fucking movie. I'm just going to call it a day. Is this like an uncommon opinion now? Black. Oh yeah, Helen of Troy is fucking black. That's ridiculous. Are Greeks white? The Greeks were white before they got murder raped by the Turks, with the help of the French. But they were at some point white. Helen of Detroit. I wouldn't even pirate your movie. Yeah, exactly. I don't ever watch movies in a movie theater unless it's The Amazing Digital Circus, and then in which case I will physically go out of my way to watch your movie. But yeah, I wouldn't even pirate this shit. I don't feel like it's. I feel like it's gonna. It's probably like The Odyssey is a really long book, so I imagine the runtime for the movie is gonna be 3 hours. And it's like, you can't fucking pay me to sit down and watch this shit. I don't want to fucking see Ellen Page and Black Helen of Troy. I'm just not interested in this. Okay, sucks to be Ellen Page. Maybe it's great to be Ellen Page, according to them.us. Okay, so Mouth Kinda Dry Groiper, which is a weird name for a user account, but whatever. Notice this, so I guess I just have to give credit where credit is due here and cite a groiper. But the Mouth Kinda Dry Groiper has noticed that a specific error message that is generated by a AI video generator, when it notices a child in the video and believes that either the source material or the prompt itself could be inappropriate to feature a child, it generates a very specific error message. And so Mouth Kinda Dry Groiper stumbled upon this while searching for something in regard to Instagram. He says he couldn't comment on pictures on Instagram, so he went to Google to look up a solution and typed in "can't use image," to which Google automatically auto-filled "can't use images involving children" in Hindi. And the top result is Indian YouTuber tutorials on how to make 18+ AI animated videos of children, and warns the audience if the subject has ripped clothes, it will not generate a video. shows video evidence of him doing it successfully. So I believe I was able to test this myself and confirm it. I wonder, can't use image. It's true. If you go to Google right now and say can't use image, the top result will be can't use image. And then the second result for that query will be can't use images involving children in Hindi. Go ahead, go to Google, type in can't use image right now, and report back to me in chat if your top result for an autofilled suggestion is can't use images involving children in Hindi. I would like to see, and you can report back if it's not the case as well. I would be interested in that. Okay, my kick chat's not working. Let me refresh and try to get that working real quick. On the Rumble chat, they are seeing it. And then the kick chat, which is not integrated into the thing anymore, they are also seeing it. Let's see. Where is my kick chat? It's really hurting my feelings that my kick chat's not working. Let me try to fix that real quick. Feel free to report back in the meantime as I try to fix this if you get the issue. The Groiper is correct. I can't establish a connection here. Sorry, give me 1 second. I don't know why it was working fine. No, it doesn't. Story of my fucking life. That's so weird. Let me. Here's what I'll try to do. Okay, I'll task ChatGPT with fixing this, and maybe we'll fix it live on air. Please, ChatGPT, help me. I am a streamer. I am mildly retarded, and I need you immediately to fix this for me because I need my chat. Otherwise, it will hurt my feelings. It will hurt my chat's feelings, and it's just no good. All right, while it's doing that, next, speaking of ChatGPT, well, actually, this has absolutely no relevance to this. I don't even want to watch this. Just the name sperm racing makes me want to gag. But apparently, people are ejaculating, and then the speed of the sperm determines who wins. And these are the dudes, okay? And apparently they have very fast sperm.
These steps isolate and prepare the most viable cells for racing. Under the microscope, we pipette the cells into a custom racetrack. Inside, a controlled microcurrent flows through the channel, creating resistance, pushing each racer to its limits. But raw microscope data doesn't look entertaining, so we built our own computer vision system to track every cell, every frame, every overtake, converting it into a 3D render designed for the viewer experience. And that is what you, the audience, get to see.
My name is Nick Small, and I'm a co-founder.
That is fucking nauseating. I don't know what it is, but the little sperm cells swimming around like physically fucking nauseates me, and I despise this. That's really crazy. That's nasty as fuck. This is degenerate as shit. I don't know what the fuck's wrong with people where they would do this. Only 2,000 people watched this video. I thought this was like a thing. Why is this guy paying attention to this? Why are there people participating in this? I feel like this is like a sexual thing And me watching this is like implicating myself in their weird fetish. And I don't like this at all. Okay. I'm going to be real with you. This gives me the ick, and I'm not a big fan of this. Fuck this. There's another video. Okay. I guess we'll watch this.
The sperm race is a fraud. I'm a board certified
What?
fertility specialist. I look at
Don't tell me this. Don't tell me that the AI generated sperm videos are fake. What the fuck?
sperm all day under the microscope, and these are not human sperm. This is CGI. This is computer generated.
What?
Here's how I can tell. The sperm tail is supposed to be 90% of its length. These are way too short. This is also not how sperm swim. Sperm, the head jiggles as they swim. It is not stationary with the tail beating. This is real human sperm in my lab. Every aspect of this is not a human sperm. I don't know what these guys are doing. This sperm race, what's the real story, guys? Why are you doing this? Why are you putting out fake videos? Busted by a fertility specialist.
I can't believe this. I can't believe that someone would make something so incredibly fucking nauseating and stupid, fake, and just put it out there and try to pass it off as like a real sport. I can't believe it. Okay. That's crazy. I can't believe that Nick Guz just be out there lying and shit to me, into my fucking face, chat. Okay. At least I don't have to actually watch any more of this. It's not going to become like a thing where I'm like forced to like pay attention to sperm racing for whatever reason. It's not like FIFA. I now have to pay attention to FIFA. It's not like that. It's just I can just ignore it. Okay, good. Thank you, Newsham. I'm paying attention to Chat GPT. It is trying to figure out the chat still chat. It is working on it, I promise you. Okay, we might get kick chat restored here, but we're on our Rumble Master Race at the moment. Next, I have something a bit bizarre, a bit not part of my usual entourage of things, okay? I have VTuber content, and you might be wondering, Josh, why are you doing this to us again? Do you hate us? Do you not want our money? Do you want us to not give you money anymore, Josh? Is that why? You just fucking despise us? Here's the truth, okay? This VTuber, I've never seen her before. I kind of like her outfit. I think it's like one of the least obnoxious like, VTuber designs I've seen. It's very restrained. But she was approached by some company and they said, let's make a silver coin of your character and sell it to your Sims. And she was like, okay. Then the price of silver skyrocketed and they were left holding bags. Customers ordered a bunch of coins. They did not have enough silver. The price of silver like doubled in the time that the sale was conducted. And as a result, they ended up losing money, basically. They didn't deliver everything because they couldn't afford it. And what they did sell, they couldn't make money off of anyways. And it just goes to show how, like, I talked about this last stream, but we really are in like an epidemic of like common fucking sense of like basic level trying at all, a complete like deficit of anyone's sitting down and thinking about actually doing stuff. And it's like I sold silver coins. I had never sold silver coins before. I had never made silver coins before. And so, but I, being a reasonable person, sat down and I bought the silver beforehand. Like I bought everything that I needed up front and I priced it based off that with like, I took a loan out. I took a business loan out. I said, I'm buying something to manufacture merchandise and I'm going to need like $40,000 to do this. So I got a business loan. I bought like $40,000 worth of silver up front because I knew how much it would cost. I got a quote. And then I sold my silver coins based off that. There was like a minimum I was willing to sell, but I also increased the price because silver increased in value. So I managed to make a little bit more just by following the curve of the silver price, which if they had done that, if they had thought ahead and bought the silver, they would have made a ton of money because the silver price would have gone up and they would have been fine. So it's just like we're in an epidemic of nobody having any common fucking sense. And that's the real problem there. So let's see what she has to say.
what is this whole thing even about? People are mad silver dropped in price and people are mad about it. No, I guess I should have given context for this. So,
Oops. Sorry.
here's the thing. A while ago, people were joking that we should make a Grimmy coin, and I was very into like silver at the time. I actually made a decent amount of money on like silver and stuff, so... But here's the thing. We were joking that Grimmy coin should become a thing. I looked into it, and it was going to be a substantial investment for me to do it myself. Like, just me, myself. Like, I was thinking I would do it myself initially. Novel approached me and said that we could do this because they were really big into silver as well, and it would be a cool time, and I thought, this is a great idea. It sounds awesome. They set the pre-order price. Silver then exceeded the pre-order price, and I was told that Novel Horizon had paid for all of the pre-orders. Regardless, had paid for all of the pre-orders, and the coins were already in production. It's just that silver was at a all-time, like, well, not an all-time, but like at a higher like amount than was currently being it was sold for. So it was going to be a substantial loss. But I was told that it had already been ordered. I was told that it was already ordered and that it was already done, and they would be shipping it out to people as it came in. So the reason that I did not doubt this is because people started getting their Grimmy coin. Quite a few different people started getting their Grimmy coin. And I was like, oh, that's awesome. I'm really happy to hear that. It must be that these next orders are just ones that were further back, and those guys are going to be getting the Grimmy coin as well. So, yes. I was told there was a physical shortage. Novel was told, or I guess Novel was saying there was a physical shortage. I don't want to just go like, okay, what they did was okay. Like, it was not ideal for them to do that. It was not cool. I also believe them. I would have had a very, very, very hard time. I guess I am having a hard time now that I know that it was not correct. So,
Stuff, bitch, you're having a hard time. Oh, what's that? You can't just offload 90% of the work to random fucking people who contact you, son of a bitch. What's that? Your get free money scheme didn't work out as anticipated. Oh, who could have seen that coming, bitch?
Fulfill the order. There is not a shortage in terms of like what the mint can do but Novel, that was Novel's claim, so you guys can show that to a bank. So,
you can show that to a bank.
It looked like anyone who ordered 5 or less got them before anyone who ordered 20. Yes, I don't think any of the larger orders were fulfilled, and that's why I'm saying it is a very good idea for you to go and do these chargebacks through your...
Somebody, I think one person ordered $5,000 of Christian coins. It was like I think he ordered 500 at like $26 or some shit. It was something like that. He ordered like hundreds of these fucking coins. And I remember he even sent, I think he sent me a picture, and I think I used this picture on stream because he bought like hundreds of them, and he showed me like his gigantic lion stack of Christian coins. And so every single person who ordered a fucking coin got a fucking coin, barring like delivery issues. But even the guy who ordered like 500 got like every single one of those coins. So
your bank.
No, this was after he raped his mom. This guy ordered 500 coins. I think there was some consensus among coin connoisseurs that the fact, because what happened is after he raped his mom, I stopped taking new orders for coins that had not been bought already. So I was ordering 1,000 coins at a time at the spot value, and then selling those 1,000 coins with the markup priced in. So everybody got exactly what they paid for, and there would be no questions of silver price, right? Because that's the same thing to fucking do, and anybody with a fucking 100 IQ would do that, so they wouldn't lose money printing on precious metals that they couldn't speculate on the price of beforehand. It's just the same thing to fucking do. So when he raped his mom, and I had to completely cut off Christian, I was in this really weird thing where I was in the middle of producing the coins. So I just stopped doing new issuance. There was like several stages. There was like the initial 3,000, and then I did 2 more 1,000s, and then after that I just stopped. And then there was some speculation among the coin connoisseurs that the fact I stopped after this would only increase the value of the coin, which appears to be true, because from what I understand, if you can find one on eBay, they sell for several $100s. So I have like 20 of these myself in my personal little coin dungeon. And I think I even sent one to Ethan Ralph at the time. If he has that coin and he ever needs to sell it, you can sell it on eBay for several $100s and make a little profitorino, make some dinero, mucho dinero off that. But you'd have to be insane and not Ethan Ralph. So such is life. All right, ChatGPT is still working on KickChat, by the way. It occasionally opens the thing. Okay, let's see what the rest of this
It's very important that you do that because a lot of people had very large orders related to this. I ordered 5, I didn't get it. Yes, I think people that ordered 1 or 2 were more likely to get them. I think anyone that ordered 5 and over were less likely to get them. I myself, I think, ordered 36. I think I ordered 36, which was a lot of money for me. But I was like, yeah, this is going to be so cool. I'm going to give these out as like trinkets. I've said goodbye to that. Oh yeah, no, I ordered 60. Okay, I ordered 66, I think. I think I ordered 66. I ordered 20, 20, 20, 5, and 1. So I think I ordered 66. That being said, I've let that go. I've looked at it as a learning opportunity. And Barry B. Jones, thank you so much for the raid. Did you do a chargeback yourself? I do not plan to. I've seen this as something where it's just, it's a learning opportunity. And that's how it
You're not gonna charge back? I mean, like an ounce of silver is like $100 fucking right now. You're gonna like just I'm just gonna lose $6,000 as a learning opportunity. What the fuck you mean a learning fucking opportunity? Yeah. I mean, you'd learn if you lost the fucking money altogether, right? Okay, whatever. Yeah, it's just $6,000. Fuck it. Okay, next. A Fish Tank. So, on one of the seasons of Fish Tank, I don't quite know which one, there was an Asian girl, I assume. Her name is Gigi Moon. No relation. Moon is a very common South Korean name. And Gigi in Chinese means older sister. So I don't know if Gigi translates naturally into like Korean, but my suspicion is that she's Korean and Gigi just means the same thing in Korean as it does in Chinese. That is, her sister has said that Ellie is dead. On the fishtank.live thing. Says, first and foremost, yes, my sister passed away in May. We asked friends and family to keep it quiet for a few personal reasons, and so we can mourn personally without the lowercase I internet, which one going apeshit with rumors and speculation. Of course, I missed some lowercase I internet privacy precautions, my constant state of grief, so now it's out. It's okay, though. I mean, it's been long enough. To summarize what she says, because it is quite a strange message, she says that it was not Fish Tank's fault. She says that her sister is quite a few years younger than her. I think like more than 10 years younger than her. And that she's had a difficult life, which probably means that she was super mega raped, as many girls are. And she had just turned 18. And what was quite scandalous is that I think she was in like a relationship with Jet Neptune. And then she ends up on Fish Tank. And then she ends up dead. But Gigi says that that's not Fish Tank or Jet Neptune's fault. She blames Zoloft. She says that before she died, though she had like mental health problems, when she was on Fish Tank, she said it was like the happiest time of her life because she was so excited to go out and do stuff. And then afterwards, I think, she went to a psychiatrist and within 10 minutes on her first appointment got a prescription for Zoloft, which she said in one of these other posts that I'll try to find here real quick. That yeah, she's 19, so she was like freshly turned 18 when Jet got her in the House of Horrors. But trying to find the part where she explains the thing. Okay, she said she wanted to see a psychiatrist to see if she'd be diagnosed with anything. Within 10 minutes of meeting my sister, the psychiatrist prescribed her Zoloft. And then she started taking it and said it was great, that the bad thoughts were still there, but the emotions were completely taken out of it. She felt emotionally numb, indifferent, and still had every single bad thought floating around, but she didn't cry about it anymore. That scared me, but I hope it was just part of how it works. There's a message that I reference all the time from old guy fag. It's like 14 different points that he makes. And one of the ones that's always stuck with me the most is about depression. And it's about how depression isn't cool or aloof, and nobody thinks that you're like some deep emotional philosopher for being depressed. He says depression is a coping mechanism for anger that is internalized and not handled correctly. A normal, healthy person can be angry and experience anger and not do destructive things with anger. But a emotionally unhealthy person who feels anger and doesn't do anything about it becomes depressed. And I feel like these drugs, when they turn off your coping mechanism, it's like you've disabled like this internalization strategy, like where you can't, you're angry, you don't know how to express anger, so you become depressed, and then you take a magic pill to end your depression, and now you're angry and depressed, and you're incapable of experiencing or handling either of these emotions. Like, well, you don't really have anything. You're gonna have a psychotic break. You went into the terminal. You turned on pseudo, okay, and you're just gonna fucking do whatever comes to mind. Like, okay, yeah, you're just gonna delete everything. You're gonna kill yourself because you're gonna lose your fucking mind. And yeah, that's why I said this is part of why I was talking about like SSRIs, and I said it's a spook. I don't believe in any of this shit. I think that psychiatrists are fucking dumb, and they should not be trusted. Okay. ChatGPT says that it has fixed the issue, but it has not fixed the issue. Let me try refreshing. See if it's fixed. Yay! I see chat. Hello, chat. Kind of. Does it? It doesn't update. ChatGPT, updating is an important part of this. If it doesn't update, it's just kind of fucked. Okay, let me tell ChatGPT again. When I refresh, it imports existing messages, but the new messages do not get sent back. Okay. It'll fix that part too now, chat. Don't worry about it. It's all good. It's all good. I'm fine. I'm completely fine. It's all good. But yeah, the important part that I want to bring up was that she explicitly says that Jet didn't get her to kill herself, and that Fish Tank was like a high point of her life. So there was some speculation that maybe Jet Neptune is murderer raping young girls, young Korean women so badly that they take their own lives. That appears not to be the case according to Gigi, so I have to temper my A-logging here. I do enjoy A-logging Jet because he said that I should be beaten to death with a bat, but in this instance, I think I have to respect the statements of the Gigi and not take that route, chat. Apparently this is this guy's favorite Ellie moment. I picked this for you guys.
Sir. Hello.
Hello.
So tell us about yourself. We're getting to know our contestants here.
Okay.
Who are you?
Well, my name is Ellie, but usually people call me Leonard. I'm kind of just a kid.
Leonard?
I think I know what part this is. I think.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Where are you from?
San Diego.
Mm-hmm. You go to college or anything?
High school.
Did you graduate?
No,
You didn't graduate high school.
I'm in high school.
You're. No, you're not.
I am.
Stop. How old are you?
18.
That's not true.
I'm dead serious.
Hold on a second.
He just leaves? Does he come back? I assume he doesn't come back. He just, does he just go out and like beat Jet in the fucking face? I don't know what I was expecting, but Sam Hyde just like walking off was not what I was expecting at all. Okay, good reaction, Sam. Keeping it real, Sam. Apparently Clavicular is in Israel, our favorite country. Let's see what he's doing in Israel.
He couldn't handle the pressure of all the liberal media outlets who are attacking me because I met with Bibi's advisor, right? I had dinner with a couple of people who were, Bibi's advisor, a couple big government people and from the United States, just some tech names as well. And there was a photograph of us at the club after, and then that's why all the media here hates me, because the media doesn't like Bibi, right? And I was fine with talking with one of Bibi's people about looks maxing, how he could looks max. That's what they asked. They said, hey, Bibi's...
Listen, Israel. Here's what I have to offer you, okay? I have a plan. It's a surefire plan. It worked for me. It'll work for you guys. Basically, you got to go to a plastic surgeon. I know you know some. This is Israel. You have more doctors per capita than any other country in the world. You probably have one in your family, right? Find a plastic surgeon. There's one every street corner. Get that big old honker shaved down. And then you can looks max the Iranians. And once the world is seeing Moggers in control of Israel, and they look at the Iranians and see them as ugly troglodytes, they'll instinctively take your side. True facts. This is why nobody gives a shit about like Africa and Pakistan and Afghanistan. The Iranians, though, a lot of them have like pale skinned and blue eyes. But you look at an Afghani guy with that scraggly ass fucking beard, those stupid ass fucking hats and shit, and that blue carpet they make those bitches wear, and you're like, what an ugly people. Americans are so much more handsome and chadly compared to them, so we can do whatever the fuck we want. You look at like Darfur, and you see there's like a genocide happening with like whatever, the Bamalese are getting fucking slaughtered or some shit. But you look at them and they're all fucking like black and ugly and shit. And you're like, ew, I don't really care about that. But then you look at like the Israelis and the Iranians and you're like, well, a lot of those people are pretty handsome with their blue eyes and shit. Look at Bibi. What does Bibi look like? He looks like a fucking monkey. Big ass nose, those Dumbo ears and shit. I think you're getting earmogged, Mr. Bibi. So he's pitching this. Like, okay, here's how you win. Here's how you win back public support.
Been having a lot of trouble with humanizing himself to the younger generation. They think he's too old and out of shape. Would you want to do like a gym stream with him or something like that?
A gym stream with Benjamin Netanyahu?
About like his fitness thing, because he's getting into sports or something. And I was like, sure, man, I'd be happy to help with his gym cell routine. So I said sure. And then, after the picture comes out, all the liberal media in Israel kind of gets
liberal
mad
media
that I'm talking to him, and starts putting all this press about how Clav's an anti-Semite, Clav's this, whatever.
Clav is an anti-Semite because he's in Israel talking to Benjamin Netanyahu about looks maxing. Okay. I don't believe you. That doesn't sound right. It sounds like bullshit, Clavicular. Sorry to say. think there's another part to this. Okay. Netanyahu advisor films speaking with anti-Semitic influencer in Tel Aviv nightclub. Too long didn't read. Clav met with Topaz Luke in a club. The meeting was by chance, and Luke says Clav apologized for singing the Kanye song, which I imagine is Nigga Hail Hitler, is what they're referring to. He was also kicked out of a different club earlier for refusing to stop filming and trying to provoke patrons. According to Louis, Peters arrived at the venue with another man and entered like all other customers. As soon as they came in, the person accompanying him turned on a camera with a light and began confronting customers and provoking people at the venue. At that point, the venue security officer asked him to stop and turn off the camera. When he refused, it was decided to remove him from the premises. Peters is a popular misogynistic looksmaxer influencer who promotes extreme appearance-enhancing practices such as facial bone smashing, a pseudoscientific technique that involves striking the face with a hammer in an attempt to alter bone structure. And in January, he was filmed singing along with Ye, Hail Hitler, in Miami alongside other influencers, including avowed anti-Semite Nick Fuentes, Manosphere brothers Andrew and Tristan Tate, Sneeko, who often promotes anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, as well as Marin Gaines, who also performed a Nazi salute several times throughout his now infamous video. Okay. Oh, Kit came back on. Good job, ChatGPT. I appreciate you. You are seen, you are heard. I hate that these people are famous. There's like, the fact that anyone knows what a fucking Andrew Tate is, or Sneeko, or Myron Gaines. I want to say there's something. Oh yeah, there is stuff with Myron. There's a lot of shit I have to say in regards to fucking Myron Gaines. Unfortunately, Fresh and Fit is becoming something I have to acquaint myself with. Despite my best efforts over multiple years, I think I have to talk about Fresh and Fit on 3 different occasions now, because I didn't realize Clavicular was going to be mentioned in it. And then I got Alex Rosen, and then a little special gift for the sector. So then he went on Jew TV for some reason.
No, let me make you understand. I'm here for a good thing, and you're trying to drag me through the mud and, give me reputational damage. So quite
What's
honestly,
wrong with
this
apologizing
interview is
about
over,
singing Heil Hitler?
No, this interview is over.
Just apologize.
Why don't you apologize to me for, why don't you apologize?
I need to apologize?
Why don't you apologize to me for wasting my time?
Why are you
Thank
afraid to
very much.
apologize? Just apologize.
I would never apologize for singing a song. It is a fact that Kanye West had a schizophrenic meltdown, a full-blown fucking psychotic episode, and put out a full-length album called Bully, which featured a song called Hail Hitler that includes in the chorus, Nigga Hail Hitler, as lyrics. And not only did he do this, the song is a fucking banger, and it's a great song. And the other song that's really good on that album is Cousins, which is, despite the fact the lyrics are about sucking dick as a little boy, it is a really great song because of Dave Blunt's influence. And it's just very unfortunate that that is reality and that happened. Because those could have been great songs that you could actually promote and enjoy without feeling like a fucking weirdo. But, I have a rule. Okay, here's my rule. I've cucked on a lot of stuff, I have to admit. As I've aged and become a bit of a boomer myself, I've stopped being so rowdy. I've stopped being so fun-loving, okay? And I can't say or do risque things as much anymore. But I have a hard and fast rule. I will never, ever apologize for liking a song. I don't know why. That's like my last line in the sand. If a song's good, I don't give a fuck what it comes from, what it's about, what the lyrics are. If it's a banger, it's a certified fucking banger. If you have an issue with it, go fuck yourself. So, on rare occasions, I have endorsed or admitted to listening to music, which is absolutely out of character for me, because I am a omnivore of musical taste, and anybody that tries to rein me in on that shit can go get fucked. It's the last line in the sand I have, chat. Okay. Next, this is the Fresh and Fit thing with Alex Rosen that caused some controversy.
Female can prioritize, said ugly nigger status and hard work.
That did come out of nowhere. I thought maybe it would be when I heard that Alex Rosen had said the N-word, I thought that it would be a thing where like how Kanye West asked somebody to say the N-word and he refused to do it. I thought it'd be a thing like that. I didn't realize he just dropped the fucking N-bomb surrounded by black people. They look like Latinx to me. She's probably like Latinx black. She does not look amused. Shaniqua does not look fucking pleased.
Ugly nigger.
We're gonna go off.
Said it again. Oh my god.
YouTube.
Oh shit.
No, you're fine. Don't worry about it.
That's true. That is really rude. If someone's streaming on YouTube and you drop the N-bomb as a guest, that's fucking rude to do to somebody. Because you know how fucking Neil Maham gets about this shit.
We're gonna go
I'll just drink on you.
Sorry, speech impediment. I'm gonna say A on YouTube. Are we off YouTube now?
Yeah, we'll get off.
Okay, I totally meant ugly nigger there for off YouTube.
Yo, just like W.
Anyway, but my point, no, I don't care about the A or the ER. It's all the same. But anyway, my point
So
is,
it's all the same to you. You can say racial slurs.
yes,
but, so you
yes,
cut- so you
I can
cut
say
the line
racial
at
slurs and
pedophiles.
attract a very sweet lady to me.
So you To can you. say racial slurs,
Yes.
but you cut the line at pedophiles. To you.
Wait, are you comparing pedophiles? Are you comparing child
racist.
rape to saying nigger? Is that the same thing?
And it's the fact that you keep saying and knowing it's a derogatory word. My grandma was a fucking slave. That word is terrible.
Dude, you know for a fact, the reason why she says my grandma was a slave is because she has heard Jewish people say my grandmother survived the Holocaust or my grandmother died in the Holocaust. So she's just taken that and said my grandmother was a slave, not realizing that like the difference between the last slave in the United States and the Holocaust is literally the same difference of time between the Holocaust and today. So there's absolutely nobody fucking alive who knows somebody who was alive during slavery. Like, that's insane.
Your grandma was a slave? Where? How old is your grandma? Your grandma was born before 1865?
Yeah, you're right.
What do you mean your grandma was a slave?
You know it was still slaves in the South during the 1950s, right?
In the 1950s, no.
Wait, hold on.
1940s, yes it was.
There were no slaves in the
Yes,
1940s.
it was. Do you know in Georgia they still had black people on fucking farms and shit, nigga?
Oh, she.
They have black people on farm. Dude, it must feel so. Imagine that you are you're in agriculture. You have a John Deere. You just got the right to repair. And you're a black man. You have a black family, and you have a beautiful plantation-style house in Georgia. And you start crunching the numbers. What can I grow this season? What can I grow? And you crunch the numbers, and cotton is like the cash crop for that season. And you're like, fuck. Am I really going to be a nigga growing cotton in fucking Georgia on my plantation? I would feel weird about that. You either have to be money maxed and just like say fuck it, or you're going to feel weird. Like, oh, do I have to like pay my black employees to pick cotton? I guess so. That's where the money's at.
I'll chip it on Alex. Sorry, man. She got offended.
She walked off?
Yeah, bro.
She walked off?
She ain't even black, bro.
Did you just say there was slavery?
Yes, it's crazy. Slaves in the 1940s is nuts.
That's wild.
Oh, they're all walking off?
Yeah, they're all friends.
All right, whatever.
Look
That's
at
fine.
That's
They're all
great.
getting mad.
It's not even that. It's the fact that y'all continue, especially you as a black man, you let him continue to say nigga.
Man, you ain't black. Get
Nigger,
off,
nigger,
man.
nobody cares,
You ain't
bro.
black, bro. Get off, man. Man, you ain't
Get the
black.
fuck
Get
outta
off,
here,
man.
bro. Like, niggas don't give a
Bro, you
fuck,
ain't
man.
black, bro.
Yeah, we're racist.
You
We don't
ain't
care,
black.
man.
My favorite black people thing is when they say the same thing over and over again. Miriam is like, you ain't black. What? Because she's like, she clearly is like a quadroon or something. He's being fucking colorist right now. This shit talk about fucking racism and shit. He's being colorist.
Man, you ain't black. Get off, man.
Like, niggas don't give a
Bro,
fuck,
you ain't
man.
black, bro.
Yeah, we're racist.
You
We don't
ain't
care,
black,
man.
bro.
And
You ain't black, bro.
At least what the fuck?
Yo, if I come to you, you
Get
ain't
the
black,
fuck
bro.
out of here, bro. Nigger, shut the fuck up. At least my uncle These fucking crybabies, man. They'll chip it out. Yeah. Fucking losing their mind. Oh, this is
Okay,
She said they're slavery in 1940s, bro.
Marin had to make a call here. Was he gonna like be hostile about the N-word, but then he realized the foids made it easy for him. He could just be like, these fucking foids, and he could like play up that audience, and he would look super base for doing that.
This is crazy.
At least my uncle didn't touch me though. All right, cool. Word from our sponsor. Before we,
yeah, you got it.
Ford, yeah.
Yeah, you got it.
Yep.
They're all walking off.
Well, it's lovely.
That's whatever, man. Fuck it, bro. The Klan meeting is only real niggas left.
There you go.
That's a funny line. As John Lennon once famously said, "Woman is the nigger of the world." He actually sang that. That was in the Yoko Ono phase during the downcline. Okay, but he did say that. All right, next. Oh, okay. So I actually spoke to Hardin about this. I did my due diligence, and I'm fully abreast on this. All right. So, as you may recall, Lex Luthor, aka H3H3, which I see a lot of people complaining that I'm not like A-logging Ethan Klein hard enough, and it's just one of those things where it's like, I don't like Ethan Klein, but I also don't like any of these bitches. Because they're nasty fucking skanks, and one of them's like a fat bitch in a hijab, and if they all killed each other, I would be better off for it. But to be clear, I don't encourage copyright or DMCA abuse in any way, shape, or form. But as far as it doesn't even come across as like a copyright thing. That fucking video of him popping tires in those super high, oh my god. What a dumbass. Dude, there's like one frame after the explosion where you can see like his pants have flown off his body. Holy shit. But, what was I going to say? Yeah, okay, so they're scum. Everybody knows they're scum. And that's sort of why he's picked his targets well. To the point where it's like, I can't feel I don't feel much. Whereas I still blanket oppose any kind of copyright bullshit like this. So Lex Luthor filed 3 lawsuits that were all basically the same. A couple months ago, H3 created a video called The Content Nuke, which was supposed to be an iDub-style content cop about Hassan Piker, calling him a naughty boy who did naughty things, and also Israel and Palestine and some shit. So when this happened, all the fucking thoughts, all the ehos that orbit Hassan Piker rallied around him like the Praetorian Guard and raised their shields. And their way of defending him was to do live reactions to the Content Nuke video that H3 had put out and give commentary. Hassan Piker did not do this. I thought at the time, because Hassan Piker simply did not want to give any attention to it. But I think perhaps his main motivation was to stay out of a lawsuit. I feel like Hassan Piker correctly identified that the Content Nuke was not just trying to hurt his reputation, but was a trap being set for endless copyright litigation. So, H3 instead sued the 3 bitches, which was Casey Tron, Frogan, and who the fuck was the third one? Help me, chat. I'm dying. I think if I scroll, Raw Hassan, Denims. That's it. Okay. And then if I remember correctly, it went like this. The Casey Tron immediately settled out of court. She made a groveling apology video and got out of the lawsuit. H3 was satisfied with her humiliation ritual. Frogan took a different response. She decided to simply go, la, 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 I can't hear you, you can't sue me. And she lost, and currently the case is pending default. The last thing that happened is that H3 filed for a default judgment against her. And then finally, the third warrior, Denims, did not back down, did not choose to ignore it, and instead fought it and won. And Denims is the hero. Denims actually won a real-life federal court saying that her reaction to the content nuke, which was a complete watch through of the entire video with just her camera present to make it transformative, and some occasional comments, was fair use, which is really, really cool. And that makes Denim's really, really cool chat. It is actually really, really good because, as H3's attorneys pointed out, there's a specific point in the video where Denim's explicitly says, we're watching this so we don't have to give H3 clicks, views, or ad revenue, which is something, no joke, you cannot say on the Kiwi Farms. You cannot post a video and then say, I'm putting this here because I don't want this guy to get any views. You can't say that. I don't allow that. So Denim's unironically went harder on H3 than the Kiwi Farms would allow and got away with it in a federal court where they ruled it was fair use and entered an appearance. Now, I was a little bit under the suspicion that she had already gotten a default judgment placed against her. She has not. So she can actually contest the default and just say that she had issues getting a competent representation, but now she's ready to proceed with litigation. She will almost certainly win in denying the default if she's making appearances in the court and has pledged to continue with representation. And given the Casey-tron, or the Denim's, actually, she hired Denim's lawyer. So it's the same lawyer that won with Denim's with an easier case for the same exact content in dispute that he already won a sweeping fair use judgment on. So H3 is looking to lose a second lawsuit against Frogan, of all people. And it's possible, because I didn't know how this works, so I'll explain it for people. When it comes to court precedent, I think everyone's heard of case law and precedent, and they vaguely understand that when a court says something, it becomes very persuasive to other courts with similar matters, that sort of logic should be reapplied so that they don't have to constantly take novel stances on nearly identical subject matter. And the closer things are together, the more persuasive that that precedent is. So if it's, if you're in California and you win something, that's very different than a different district. A different district might pay attention to that, and they might not. If they don't, it's called a circuit split, and there's a bunch of different nasty circuit splits with copyright. If it's the same circuit, it's very persuasive. If it's the exact same court, it's very, very persuasive. If it's the exact same court with the exact same video in contention, you're fucked. If you're H3, you're looking to get out of this. You're looking to white piece right the fuck now because you're screwed. You're going to lose. Unless she did something really egregious, and I don't think she did, because Denim's was the one that said the stupid shit and got away with it. Now's the time to apologize to Frogan and get the fuck out of the lawsuit before you owe her $100,000 in attorney's fees or whatever. So that's where that's at. And it's a great thing. And the reason why I brought up the precedent is that when stuff happens, it can be persuasive, but there's another thing that happens that I would love to see. And that's when a judge is very proud of his ruling and he publishes it. Now, I had never heard of this before, but when a court is super proud of their work in a judgment, they can publish their opinion. And published opinions are even more persuasive because it's like certified. The judge is like, pay attention to this shit. I'm publishing it. I'm proud of this. This is a good opinion. And then it becomes much more presentable to other judges and other circuits. And if you happen to be a fair use enjoyer, perhaps involved in 3 separate copyright litigations that involve fair use at some level, published opinions from one of the most active copyright districts in the entire country would be nice. So I hope that the judge will see that this is an issue, that 3 different actually cases were brought regarding the same matter, and that fair use should be considered in these instances. And he should be like, I should publish my opinions on this. And then he might publish his opinions on this. And then binding precedent. And if in that case, I would owe a big apology to this ugly fat bitch in her stupid ass fucking carpet and Denim's of all people, the hoe. Okay, Next. Oh, this was just the docket. I looked through this and I saw that I checked the status of this. The application for default judgment against Morgan Majed was on June 29th. And we're pretty timely here. 2 weeks later, she's lawyered up with somebody else and is apparently got a joint stipulation, which means that H3's attorneys have agreed to have a hearing on the default judgment. So now he's probably going to lose that application, basically. They've agreed to have the hearing. Okay. So that's it for that shit. Okay, so I'm not too familiar with this person. But this is Stephanie the Womb Wizard. Her mother has a cancer diagnosis. And she is using her cancer diagnosis to crowdfund. She's asking for people to send money to her Ko-Fi with her tag Trans Mask Druid. I recognize that name. I've definitely talked about her before because Trans Mask Druid is a name that is very memorable. And the reason why she is soliciting donations is for her personal expenses for shroom gummies and not for medical care. So as she says, Trans Support MA, Disability Support MA, hashtag Help Sky, hashtag Fund Sky, hashtag Findom. She says, today my family was hit with an earth-shattering news. My mom was diagnosed with liver cancer. I'm already experiencing the effects of psychosomatic pain. I need my psilocybin. PP is Groovy's worker. CA and Ko-Fi are Trans Mass Druid. Thank you. So imagine this, right? Imagine this. Your mother is diagnosed with liver cancer. She might die. She might die in agonizing pain. Imagine how difficult it is to be someone with a mother who's dying. The pain waves are going to shoot out and cause you severe psychosomatic pain and psychic damage. It's like that poison sound effect in Pokemon when you're walking around and you hear that. It's like that. It's happening in your own head. You can't escape it. Somebody has cancer in your family. And the only thing that will help is psilocybin. Unfortunately, you're a broke bitch and you can't afford it. So you have to use Ko-Fi. Also reposted this to whatever the fuck platform this is. I can't even recognize it. Same exact message. And then this might have been one step too far. Somebody sent her $666, but then canceled the transaction and said, for narcissistic as fuck your mom, but only care about you. Very well worded. She says this on her account, politically active pagans of the southern tier Pabst. And so it begins. If you need context, my mother has cancer again. It might be terminal. I've been making mutual aid posts on social media asking for help buying edibles because I have horrible anxiety and psychosomatic pain. Naturally, since I'm autistic and trans, I'm attracting hate because how dare I try to prioritize my health? Trying to hold myself together emotionally as I potentially lose a parent shouldn't result in being accused of narcissism, yet here we are. Steffi the Spoony Witch replies and says, hugs, I'm so sorry. That is fucking nuts. It doesn't even occur to her why anyone might take issue with that. She doesn't even, she lacks the theory of mind to understand why anybody might look at that and think, that's a bit fucking gross. What the fuck is wrong with you, you dumb cunt? Alas. It's really hard to go through life being stupid as fuck. Oh, my chat's broken again. No, my chat. Suffer, bitch. Okay, let's see if they can fix that one. I know. Sorry, chat. Sorry. Next. This is an old thread, but it's pretty funny. This is Puppy Girl Dick, a.k.a. Kali, a.k.a. Leia Esther Rose, and T for T for T, a.k.a. Nora Esther Rose laughed. So this is Puppy Girl Dick. No queer markets, full queer liberation now, and then abolish police. That is the most dysgenic person you could possibly fucking imagine. Puppy Girl Dick. Here's what a Puppy Girl Dick looks like, chat. That's what a T for T for T looks like. Basically exactly what you would imagine. I don't know why the fuck you would call yourself Puppy Girl Dick, but there we go. These two have been in a loving polyamorous relationship for 8 years. Favorite couples activities seem to be suicide baiting, goading one another to kill themselves, and beating the fuck out of each other. Okay, that sounds awesome. So Puppy Girl Dick posts this video and says, "This is what T for T for T looks like, by the way. This is the exact shit she is doing to me every single day while she punches walls and stomps around calling me worthless. She did this shit to me that only someone who never wanted to be trusted by anyone again over and over." Okay, let's see. This is T for T for T, as they said.
You should kill yourself. You should kill yourself. You should kill yourself. You should commit suicide. You should commit suicide.
I bet you this person watches Sam Hyde. I don't know. It's a very Sam Hyde delivery there. I want more videos of domestic abuse between trannies. They've spent 6 years largely homeless in Portland and living in a van full of piss, black mold, and syringes. In March, the van was stolen and presumably ditched in short order once the thief realized it was a biohazard. Imagine being a poor black man on your grind set and you steal like a tranny biohazard chamber. That's fucking dire. That's really sad. 270 since the last update. I got through a cannabis job temp agency in the last 2 weeks, but nothing this week, I think. I didn't respond quickly enough to get a position that was nearby, and the only ones available offered at the time were too far. Temp agencies, Lamau, I got the 1 day so far. I get 3 days this Friday, maybe. It's cold and wet, and the mold is getting worse again. It's a constant battle in the van that's kind of impossible to some degree. I deck. We shouldn't be homeless, but who knows how long we will continue to be. Got pepper sprayed by a 7-Eleven employee for getting ice and hot dog today. My dog got hit by some of it. She was briefly freaking out. What a world. Imagine being so ugly that you walk into a 7-Eleven and then the nice Indian man at the cashier instinctively pulls out pepper spray and sprays you down like he thinks you're a bear that just wandered into the store to like steal hot dogs off the rack. And he's like freaking, he gets the bear mace out and just has to spray your dumbass out. Van got stolen. I lived in it for like 5 years, almost off and on, and it's gone. I wanted to get rid of it. It was dirty and pretty beat up, but it would have been some money for someone, probably $2K. Now it's nothing that it's stolen. Need help with April. Dude, if you think you're going to get $2K for a fucking van that has black mold, you are retarded. But you are named Puppy Girl Dick, so I guess you are retarded. The person who stole my car apparently totaled it, ripping the drive shaft and probably the rear end off, while whoever was driving the cop said it was a hazard in the middle of the road, only a couple of blocks away from me. They didn't get very far. Funnily enough, when I drove it home, last I knew the drive shaft was about to fall off before someone stole it. So imagine being a black man on your grind set, and you steal some shitty van, inhale a bunch of tranny spores, and then the drive shaft just drops out the fucking engine block anyways. And you're fucked. And you have to run. That's a bad day. It's a bad day to be a hustler. They have both gotten facial feminization surgery and the dick chop. So apparently, despite being net negatives on society, they are eligible for facial feminization surgery and genital reassignment surgery at the expense of the taxpayer. Let's read that so you can be angry for a second. Just one of those days. This is too small to read, buddy. I cannot read this. Nothing made me feel less trans than my trans partner getting into a fight with me and telling me, "You're getting it," instead of being there for me when I was crying, talking to her about changing my mind about bottom surgery the day before I got it. So, Choppy number 1 is talking to prospective Choppy number 2 on the eve of the bottom surgery. And he's like, "I don't know if that's the right choice for me. I want to keep my penis so I can keep gooning." And then Choppy number 1 is like, "Nah, bitch, you getting that fucking snip, nigga. You getting that shit cut clean the fuck off, nigga. You're gonna be a eunuch like me." And he's like, "Oh, hoo, hoo, hoo." I wish I had the support I needed. If she had been someone like, "I support you no matter what. You are allowed to change your mind. It's not the end of the world. You can always get it later if you decide." P.S. T for T for T. I fucking hate you. I hope it rots you from the inside. I fought for you to get what you needed. You can spend 6 years working towards bottom surgery and it will close itself within 6 months. I don't think someone can even have a job after bottom surgery. There's not enough time in a day. If it's after dilating 2 to 3 hours, basically all day, it's literally still closes on its own to the point where sex is impossible. Forget any life or hobby you had. There's no time for that now. You can be a programmer. You can play Dota 2. It's pretty easy to dilate for 2 to 3 hours at a time when you're working for a tech company. That's how they all do it. Don't worry. They got how about this, chat? We'll make like a jock strap that, you know how like a jock strap usually has like a cup holder so you can put a athletic cup in it. We need like a jock strap for like a dilator so you can like put a dilator in and then go about your business. Kind of like a tampon. You just stuff it in, and then your jock strap will keep. We'll have to call it give it like some kind of gender affirming name. We'll call it like a panty liner. Ah, that's it. It'll be a panty strap. Jock liner. It's a jock liner. You need some kind of inventive T validating name for it. That trampon. Trampon. Oh, that's it. That's the brand name, the Trampon. You strap on your fem strap, okay, your fem jock strap, and you put the Trampon in, and then you can work regular jobs, okay? A gawk strap. Oh, that's it. That's the fucking winner right there. A gawk strap. But you don't have the gawk anymore. You cut it off. Oh no. What a conundrum. Vile stuff, folks. We're going to be rich. That's right. Everyone invest into my gawk strap company. We got to trademark that shit fast. All right. Let's see the videos. This is the I love videos of deranged transsexuals harassing each other.
Recorded that too.
Kill him.
Put it down.
Beat him to death.
Kill yourself. You're done. Do it. Put it down. Kill yourself. Keep your hands to yourself. Die.
You really can't tell unless they tell you.
Keep your hands to yourself. You're being filmed. Kill yourself! Hurry up!
The guy who owns that blue car needs to get that shit checked out. That does not sound good. That car sounds like it's about to fucking die. All right, this is video from inside the Tran. Okay, wow. You can tell that neither of them are women because that shit is a fucking mess.
Okay. More assaulting me? Of course.
Fuck battery.
Stop. Stop. You need to stop. What the fuck?
Point of view, you are a 12-year-old girl getting home from school.
Stop. This is why I need pepper spray.
Yeah, good fucking idea. Crack open a pepper spray and fill that van up with fucking irritant, you retard.
Kill yourself.
Kill yourself. Please, please kill yourself.
Hey! You're done. Hey!
Hey! You're 6 of TRT, by the way. Nice. Okay. There She Glows says, I have mostly stopped posting Puppy Dick Girl and T4T4T because they're so repetitive. Suicide baiting and e-begging. But Kali has graced us with another video of Nora that I could not share with this thread. Okay, let's see it. We got another 20-second video here. What could happen?
Don't die!
Here's what we do, okay? We need to find apartment buildings that have been taken over by Indians, and we need to give them free housing in these apartment buildings until they all clear out and go back to India. And we'll just do this cyclically. We'll just continually move them to new Indian apartment complexes and just empty those fuckers out.
You need to fucking die! So sweet. You need to fucking die! Buy a gun! And shoot me in the...
They missed their calling. They should have started up like a tranny, like, death metal band. You need to fucking die! Just, you got the lyrics right there. They're just coming to you straight out the fucking mic, okay? Just spit it, okay?
Go away. You're worthless! Thanks. You stupid fucker! Thanks. You stupid fucker!
You're so sweet.
Amazing. This is all in the tranny sideshow thread if you're curious. I imagine if you search Puppy Dick Girl and T4T4T or anything by this guy, you'll probably find some hits. These are good posts. These are excellent. I can't believe that this person doesn't have their own thread, or these two don't have their own thread. Because, yeah. I guess it is repetitive, but I could listen to videos of them screaming at each other all day. That's pretty fucking awesome. Oh god, an Onision update. That almost feels antiquated. It almost feels like going to like an antique shop and like antiquing. Like, oh my god, this is a vintage Onision drama. Oh my gosh, I haven't seen one of these in forever. By the way, I was talking to somebody about antiques. I had mentioned on stream not too long ago that my grandmother would collect these like minstrel dolls. I've completely forgot. She had this thing. I'm going to show it to you. I'm pulling it up right now. But she had this thing. Oh, this is from the National Museum of African American Culture and History. She had this thing that scared the fuck out of me as a kid. And, oops. Let me open this. This. Coin bank in the form of a caricatured boy. She had this exact thing. You would put the coin in his hand and then press a lever on the back, and he would eat the coin. And it was like a coin piggy bank. But it was like the most amazingly racist thing ever. And it scared me because it's very scary. But they're worth a fortune? Are you shitting me? Nobody in my family asked me if I wanted the racist piggy bank, and if they had asked, I would have said yes. God damn it! They probably literally threw this fucking thing out in the trash when she died. I demand the racist piggy bank. Okay. She had one of these. I played with this as a kid. I put coins in the fucking thing and pressed the lever on the back. A lot of reproduction. No, she had the OG shit, man. She had an OG. I'm pissed. Don't tell me that I held Americana treasure in my fucking hands, chat. You're ruining my day. I was happy until I knew that. Now I'm angry. God damn it. Like a treasure, like tears in the rain. The Granny Charizard. I've seen this building in person, the American Museum of History and Culture. I've seen this ugly fucking piece of shit building in person like a couple times. I've never been in there. And it's so weird. I remember like looking at this ugly, hideous building in the National Mall, thinking like, who the fuck would go there? And I saw like young white people going there like on a date together. I'm like, why the fuck would you? Is it like maybe as a joke? Maybe as a joke, but I feel so awkward. I feel like there'd be a black tour guide or something in the museum, and she would be showing me like black people stuff, like a jar of peanut butter, and be like, did y'all know that black people was the first people to take nuts and smash them into a paste and shit and eat them? And they'd look at me like really expectantly, like I'd have to be like, oh my gosh. No, I had never heard of that. That makes complete sense. We're so thankful to have African Americans in our country. I'd have to say that. Probably the girls at it. Fuck you with your fucking anti-white misogyny. Get out of here. Mods, atomize this man. Okay. Next, this is wait. No, I never play. I almost completely forgot about Onision. He looks haggard, man. He looks haggard, and the suspenders. This is a weird callback. But did you guys remember that furry, who would microwave his own diapers, and was openly being like a pedophile in the Kiwi Farms Telegram chat during our tour only. Drop Kiwi Farms Black. Pamper Chew. The suspenders remind me of Pamper Chew. He's just like fucking Pamper Chew after getting like facial masculinization surgery or some shit. It's really gross.
I feel like that's a good pivot to my next topic.
You think
and that
so?
is
That was
poverty.
a good pivot?
Maybe not poverty. Being poor, and maybe not being poor, maybe being lower middle class or upper lower class. I don't fucking know. But once upon a time, I made like $900,000 in 1 year, and I was pretty excited about that. And then the next year, we made another $900,000. And then I lost all my money. I had some problems, and I had to pay a lot of bills, and I had to sell my house, and then I had to sell my house again. And now I'm normal. Yeah. So when you're rich, I paid someone to build my fence in my backyard for $15,000 and another fence in my front yard for another
What? What the fuck? That's not normal. $15,000 to build a fucking wood fence? There's no way.
$15,000. Now I have to build shit myself, or I have to get things done myself. Like I just patched my driveway myself when back in the day when I was
lordy, he had to go to Lowe's and get himself a blue bucket and to get himself some concrete pour and mix that shit in the bucket with a stick and some water and pour in the driveway. Oh lordy load. This poor man, he's living like an average American.
It's rich, I would be able to pay someone to do that, and it would look a lot better. But, you know, when you're not as rich as you used to be, you find ways to do things in a smarter way. For example, I used to shop at the Buckle store, and shirts there can get up to $100. Like, no bullshit. Buckle is a crazy expensive store, but I love their clothes. And I even added them to my Amazon wish list, hoping other people would buy me.
Fag? This guy sucked dick? I thought his thing was that he couldn't stop fucking underage girls or some shit. And that was like his whole thing. But he's talking like a fag and buying $100 shirts? Every shirt I own, I think, is a graphic t-shirt from Walmart. I'm wearing right now a cotton shirt. Let me pick it up. It's from Wrangler, chat. I don't know if you know this, but Wrangler's a really upstore brand. And they sell these nice, like, they're like thick. What is this made of? What is this made of? It doesn't say what it's made of. It's like really thick. It's kind of thick like a potato sack, but it's more comfy than that. So I don't know why you would ever fucking do that. Why would you ever waste your time and money on fancy clothes? Unless you're like buying like your one set of fancy clothes for like your fancy days, okay? Then that makes sense.
That because I can't afford to just shop at Buckle anymore. And it's sad, but that's what happens when some horrible bitch lies about you and gets
It's linen, not burlap.
You fired from YouTube, and therefore you no longer have your primary income. Fuck you, by the way, bitch. But
Oh, that's a nice cope laugh. This is a man who feels burning anger in every cell in his body. The cell wall is melting from the fucking hatred, and he's just laughing so he doesn't look like he's so fucking angry.
Podcast, no editing. What's funny is like, can you even?
He's put out OnlyFans videos of him fucking himself in the ass. That's nasty. That's gnarly shit.
Be mad. I just said fuck you bitch to an abstract figure. No name. Nothing. Just fuck you bitch. And to all males and females who lie about people, fuck you bitch. Fuck you dick. Like, you guys are the worst people on earth. I would say that people who lie about others are almost as bad as Hitler. And you know what? I don't even know if Hitler lied.
What an absolutely deranged thing to say. What a completely fucking insane thing to say. The gossip is literally Hitler. Okay, well that explains why so many people hate me.
About people. He fucking definitely lied about people. Actually, now that I think about it, he was framing Russia for shit. It was fucked up what Hitler did.
Okay. So pretend you're a normie, right? Pretend you're a normal fag, and you have to say that Hitler lied about people. That's your prompt. Hitler lied about people. What's your go-to as like a theoretically normal person for a group of people that Hitler might have lied about and defamed in some way? Poor Stalin. He defamed the poor communists in the Soviet Union, and by correctly stating that they were imminently preparing for an attack on him. That's funny.
But in my heart, I feel like people who lie, I have almost just as much anger for them as I do for Hitler. I just think evil to your core is evil to your core. And there's a certain point where you go there and...
Where we just gotta kill him. Just say it. Just say it. My ex-wife? But name one problem that won't exist in 2030. My ex-wife. Why? Because we're just gonna kill her. Just say it, Onision. It'll feel good.
There's no coming back. Anyway, so I don't have money like I used to. And so I have to find alternatives. I have to shop on eBay or Mercari or whatever for, the shirts I used to buy. And
it's such a fucking bitch thing to lament about. It's like a 4-minute long video where he's lamenting that he can't buy overpriced t-shirts at fucking Buckle. It's like, I have to go shop for polycotton blend from large stores and eBay, like the common man. I once found myself perusing a Goodwill for secondhand clothing. You'd have to tier it like, I'm still buying secondhand fancy clothes on the eBay, but I fear that one day I may have to go to Walmart and buy a packet of Fruit of the Loom shirts, if things keep going the way. I have yet to stoop so low is to buy secondhand from Goodwill, but God willing, I will never have to experience such humiliation. Like, that's, you know how most people get by these days, right? Even if they're making $15, they can't pay for shit. A lot of motherfuckers are wearing shit with holes in them right now. They ain't buying no fucking buckle shit, motherfucker.
And I buy my phones refurbished now. Like, it's fucking pathetic, right? But at the same time, I'm essentially getting the same shit. Because once you open the packaging on that brand new shiny fucking thing you got, it's basically the same item as if you got it used or refurbished or whatever. Like, once it goes through the wash...
He's having to, like, explain to his audience the value of getting secondhand clothing as, like, a mental cope. Like, he's not happy that he's wearing somebody else's clothes. It's like he's got that mood debuff that you get in RimWorld when one of your pawns wears armor that it looted from a dead body. It gets like a negative moodlet that makes it permanently unhappy as long as it's wearing it. It's like he gets that from wearing secondhand clothes. So he's having to like mentally cope with the prospect. Like, it's just as good. It's just as good, bro. It's lightly used, bro.
Or once, you get it in your new phone case, whatever the fuck we're talking about, it's like the same thing. The difference is the, condescending, self-righteous, superiority bullshit, right? I got it shiny and new. Who gives a fuck? Fucking loser. You're fucking, the fact that you think that's so
clothing.
important,
Oh, no.
it shows how fragile you are. Like, used, new, is it smart to waste money on the packaging? Probably not. Anyway.
Probably not. He still hasn't convinced himself yet. He's still wrestling with those demons. Those demons, like, is it worth it? I mean, yes, obviously, but probably not. Probably not. It's not worth it. That's great. What's up, bitch? Okay, so this is a LOL cow that I hate giving attention to, but she's earned it, I guess. This woman, Ayala, is, I don't know how much I've talked about her on stream. She's interesting, kind of. She's most famous because years ago, she was in a polyamorous relationship and she wanted to have a birthday gangbang. So she documented the entire process of trying to find as many people willing to fuck her on one day as humanly possible. All the way down from like how many people applied, how many people they filtered out, how many people backed out or ghosted her, how many people actually bought plane tickets versus showed up in person, how many people were able to ejaculate on or inside of her. And it was just like this flow chart showing of the 1,000 people who applied, the brave dozen that actually showed up and physically managed to ejaculate inside of her on her birthday gangbang. And she got a lot of negative attention from that. And I actually did research into her at one point. I read an article by her. And it was an interesting article about how she grew up in a extreme, because what it was is I was curious if she was Jewish because I wanted to be anti-Semitic, but she grew up in an extremely conservative household and said that her parents, and someone in chat will know what I'm talking about, so help me out here. Her parents lived by a Christian child raising book that through each iteration has become less strict, but the gist of it was that the child has absolutely no say on anything and is basically a pawn that will obey you, and if it doesn't obey you, you beat the ever living fuck out of it. And so she, from a very young age, like she said that even as an infant, her mother, if the child was crying and she was upset that the child was crying because it was like a nuisance cry, she would start pinching her arm, and it would go from first year baby arm pinching to like the one story that she gave was that her father would just say the words, if she ever misbehaved, and her father would look at her and just say 12 times, because there was a time where she was spanked until she was red. And then I think that the condition is that she wasn't allowed to whimper or whine or move at all while getting spanked. And so after the first time, she cried. So he spanked her again, and she cried, and he spanked her again. And then like by the 11th time, she was barely like she just like sniffled a little bit, and he spanked her again, and her ass was like beaten so raw that she couldn't walk or sit or do anything. She was just in constant pain. And so after that, he would just say 12 times anytime she misbehaved. And that was her story. And even though she's like this horrific, like sex obsessed weirdo, she doesn't let people spank her. It's like the one fetish she will not abide by, because she's so traumatized by spanking that she even though she's like a huge sexual degenerate, she can't do it. But the moment she turned 18, she ran away from home and became the biggest whore on the face of the planet. And that was her revenge on her father. And her father will not speak to her, and she will not speak to her father. And I don't know about her mother. I can't remember. Train up a child. I can't remember. Let me look this up real quick because I'm curious. Ella Christian upbringing book. Growing Kids God's Way is the name of the book. Growing Kids God's Way. And the article that I'm referring to, in case you're curious about what this is The Joy is Not Optional by Ayala. Now, I'm going to read you a different article by her called The Pooping on the Floor Party. But if you're actually curious about how hyper-puritanical, like super religious cult upbringing of children causes them to have birthday gangbangs and pooping on the floor parties, you can read The Joy is Not Optional, and how growing kids God's way had a profound negative impact on her development. Okay. So the pooping on the floor party, this is what I actually wanted to talk about. So I'll read, how long is this? I'll read a little bit of this. Many parties I throw are themed and intensive, but I've been busy, so when Halloween came around, I didn't want to do anything crazy. I knew attendees would expect me to do something weird, just a normal Halloween party. I wrote in the invite description, nothing crazy, no surprises. Then there's a tweet from Romy Holland saying, a downside with being friends with Ayala Girl is that sometimes you end up with a casserole dish full of human feces in your freezer. But staring at the no surprises line, I figured it sounded like we were trying to say there would be a surprise. Damn it, I guess we need to make a surprise then. So I started a semi-desperately brainstorming with my co-host about what weird thing we could do. I suggested, I don't know, how about we cut the power in the middle of the party and something weird happens? One co-host said, someone poops on the floor. It's a poop whodunit. I was like, oh God, no. I bet Blank would do it, said Ronnie. She'd definitely do it. I'm going to call her. He called her, put her on speakerphone, and asked her to shit on our floor. She was like, what the fuck? You guys are disgusting. Do not do that. People will not like it. Ronnie was shocked. I totally thought she would poop on the floor. The surprise was fascinating. Her poop refusal felt like a sudden insight into her personality in a way we did not expect. Was the poop request actually a powerful tool of understanding? I wondered how many of our friends we were drastically overestimating. And I proposed that we actually call everybody to ask if they would poop on our floor for the party, and thus the idea was born. In the days and weeks beforehand, we sat down and churned out calls and texts to 45 attendees. Responses varied, but most were polite but restrained. No, thank you. I was surprised to find that nobody seemed that shocked we were asking them to poop on their floor. Only a single person suspected it was a prank or something more elaborate. Everybody else just accepted that we were in fact this weird. Everyone asked about the logistics. Okay. I'll skip through this. Okay, here was the part that I was trying to get to. One attendee was Henry, who was a minor. We had a few heated debates over whether I should ask him to poop on the floor, but I ultimately decided I really did not want there to be a Twitter DM record of our conversation. We reserved an honorable mention for him, regretful that society is constructed in such a minor, excluding way. Things started to get tense near the party. Despite us asking people to keep it a secret, a few small pockets of people started to emerge where they realized all of them had been asked to make a turd deposit. I figured they would simply assume that we were having a hard time. I'm gagging trying to read this. I don't think I can read this anymore. I just had a mental flash of, after the word turd deposit, I just got the picture of people shitting into a casserole dish in my head. And it's physically halting me from proceeding. That was the least of our problems. A handful of people had told us to yes to pooping on the... weirdly, all of them were very enthusiastic about it. There was no reluctant yeses. I told them, cool, thanks, wait for us to confirm that we were actually need your turd. But a few of them got ahead of themselves, said to freeze their turds anyways. Okay, I'm done with this. The controversy was that it became public that she had asked a minor to shit on her floor, basically, is the controversy. There was some accusations of, that's bad, don't do that. She framed it as, it's a non-sexual thing, we're just pooping. It's not sexual. And a child should be allowed to attend. He's like 17, 16, whatever the fuck. And others disagreed. So, make of that what you will, chat. There is the pooping on the floor party. Okay, and much better news, thank God. Patrick Sean Tomlinson child was contacted by none other than Boogie2988. And Boogie said, "Hey, Stealthy Geek, I heard you're a pretty interesting guy. Come on LolCal Live with me. It's a 90-minute podcast. I know people are shitty to you. Good place to set the record straight." The most open bullshit invitation ever for a dead podcast by the most annoying faggots in the entire fucking world and the gnome. To which Patrick S. Tomlinson righteously replied, "Anyone who earnestly uses the term LolCal should be fed feet first into a wood chipper in front of their extended family for the good of society and the species. Take some time to rethink everything about your entire existence and then fuck off into the sun, child." An incredibly base response. Boogie in fucking tatters, irrelevant, fat, and gay, retarded, and a liar. The Thought Plicken says a bit much in it, and he says, "Not nearly enough." I replied to this immediately saying, "Base Patrick raping the gnome's retarded gimp slave." A true take. I like this post as my other account because it's a good post. Someone then posted a picture of me to Patrick S. Tomlinson and said something to the effect of, "Josh Moon supports you." And then Patrick replies to this and says, "Josh Moon has chosen to die cold and alone on the floor of his cage, just as you have, stalker. Enjoy prison." So even though I am the nicest guy ever to him, Patrick Tomlinson is still very mean to me, and I find that upsetting, chat. I've been nothing but nice to the guy. Boogie then grovels for more attention from the big guy and says, "I'm 52, Patrick. When I was growing up a gnome and try again in the next day, so I'm trying again. Let's fuck this cow together, Patrick. Come on, LolCal Live." No has never meant try the next day except for abusers. No has always meant no. It meant no yesterday. It means no today. It will mean no, stretching into the infinite future. No, you fucking loser. Incredibly fucking based. Good job, Patrick. Boogie's a faggot. Oh, and then this is secondary Boogie news. Boogie in December said that his dog Sammy was dying and had only months to live. But in his recent uploads, he brought up Sammy's health and how Boogie scammed his audience and the whole dying thing. I think that slipped under the radar and doesn't get talked about much. So, he announced in December that his dog was dying from kidney failure, stage 3 kidney failure, so imminent death, basically. He spent the next few weeks using it to sympathy bait. and then confirmed at the end of December that the dog definitely has stage 3 kidney disease. And then during the Lolcow Live, he talked about it to garner sympathy and to get donations, wishing Sammy the best. They brought it up multiple times because people were donating specifically to wish his dog good health. And then a month later, it got brought up again, and Boogie suddenly claimed that the dog only had stage 2 kidney disease and not stage 3, which he used to get sympathy and donations with. And then there was no further explanation. Then in May, a few months after the grift, he tells fans that Sammy may need surgery and to pray for him, but he won't pay for said surgery. Please pray regardless. So that people would donate more. Like, get your dog fucking medical help, you retard. Then he chipped his fucking dentures. That's very funny. That's awesome. And he says he can't afford that. And then he says he's putting the money towards the dog first instead of fixing his busted up fucking teeth. And I'm skipping these videos, by the way, because I find Boogie absolutely insufferable and I despise him. But is he actually going to pay for the dog? No, Boogie doesn't give a shit and still spends money buying magic card packs every day. He does this regularly, too. He sympathy baits donations on Lolcow Live. Dude, if you're somebody who watches Lolcow Live, you're like a fucking animal. You're like a fucking beast of burden, mentally. Baits donations on Lolcow Live by regularly updating fans about Sammy's health and how he's dying, but then spends hundreds of cards on boxes to open and sell and whatnot. Meanwhile, the dog is probably still dying of kidney failure. Cool. Good job, Boogie. Still completely fucking irredeemable. And next, a brief update on our boy Jacob Zebers, also known as Chibi Reviews. Chibi Reviews has already doxed himself like a fucking retard. The data purchase on this house directly lined up with where he made a video announcement saying he had bought a home. The pictures he's released on the inside of the home line up perfectly with the Zillow pictures of the home. And there is an interesting caveat with the new home that he just bought and has moved to and has already been doxed in. Yes, this is the guy whose brother was turned into a chair. He has bought the house with his ex-fiancée. If you don't remember, before the bone chair incident, this pedophile freak was brutally cuckolded by his fiancée of 10 years. He was with this woman for 10 years, and then she cucked him with his best friend. And then when the news came out, all of his friends in real life took her side because he's just such a gigantic piece of shit that nobody could blame her. Well, interestingly, the new house he just bought, which came after the breakup post, is in her name and his name. So they own it jointly. Now, when I heard this news, my immediate thought was that she probably owned half of his prior house and she refused to not divorce rape him and made a deal that she would allow him to use the equity in the prior house to buy the new house if she got to own half of the new house as well. However, upon my investigation, the pedophile Chibi Reviews did not own his prior house. He lived in a house owned by his parents. So there was conceivably no equity for him and his fiancée to own jointly. So it appears that the pedophile Chibi Reviews lied to people about the breakup with his fiancée. Either that or after getting brutally fucking cucked by her, he has taken her back and has moved her into a new home. I don't know. Neither of those are satisfactory explanations to me. They're both insane. They're both preposterous. But I have no better explanation. So I don't know what's going on with pedophile chairman. But he's very blatantly lying to his fucking audience about something. And despite the fact that he cried about being in fear for his safety and asking for people to crowdfund a down payment for a house for him, he has taken absolutely no precautions to try and conceal where he's moved to. And it's very bizarre. It's like, I don't know. Like, do anything besides what you did, because obviously you fucked up. Maybe, how about this? How about don't broadcast the inside of your fucking house after you move? That sounds like a good idea, right? No? Okay. cooked. Next. And let's round this out with some sector stuff. Update to the quartering Sega. The quartering has announced officially that the A-logs have correctly identified that he's drop shipping, but he is threatening to sue people for drop shipping. This video is 27 minutes long. I don't know if I want to play all that. Okay, I'll play like a couple minutes of it. Effectively, this is the breakdown. After Jeremy himself leaked the shipping information of his customers' orders, people were able to immediately identify that he was sourcing his coffee from a provider in Pennsylvania. And that means that his claims that his coffee is not drop shipped and is a secret family recipe is complete bullshit. He is absolutely outsourcing all of his work. Then, after people correctly identified this, he has begun threatening to sue them for correctly identifying the fact that he's drop shipping. So I'm not entirely sure what this video is. I guess it's going to be him ranting about the haters and A-logs and shit. But I'll let him talk for a minute or two.
All right, for today's vlog, we're going to talk a little bit about, I guess, my biggest lie that's been exposed by terminally online weirdos, and I guess I have to come clean. The internet is very, very interested in my coffee business. I don't know why. There's really nothing that interesting about it.
Except the fact that you lied. I take issue with that on a personal level. I remind you, I did a very, very, very rare hand cam video that I set up. I got a tripod. I had a real camera. I had to get a microphone positioned over my table so that I could record this in real time. I bought a brand new coffee maker with a grinder so that I could do this. And I even bought a second Neem coffee to compare it with. And I did this only because the news had broken about his family coffee business going under. And if I had known it was a drop shipping coffee business, I absolutely positively would not have gone through the effort of doing that review. And it's like, yeah, people don't like it when you lie to them. Like, you can do stupid shit, and if you're honest about the stupid shit you're doing, you're going to fare a lot better than if you just straight up fucking lie to people. So it's actually kind of bewildering to me that there's any person out there who is like a grown adult man and doesn't understand the concept that when you lie and defraud people, they will root for your downfall. It's actually genuinely inconceivable.
It's really not unique. I know there's a lot of people that think it's unique. Think that it's, the only, that I run this business like, I don't know, something different than any normal business.
Oh, yeah.
We're different than everyone else who
And
sells.
he pocketed, that's a good point. I'm glad you brought that up, that he pocketed $80,000. He crowdfunded like $80,000 to save his coffee business and get a K-Cup machine, he said. And then he doesn't have a coffee business. So where the fuck did the $80,000 go? You told people that you were saving your business with this K-Cup machine, but the manufacturer that was doing the roasting for you almost certainly would have had a K-Cup machine themselves, unless you bought it for them for reasons unknown. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
Coffee. So if you want to support an actual small business and not somebody just selling dropship stuff for free money, then check out coffeebrandcoffee.com/rumble right now. It's important that people understand the basics of what words mean. The people that feel like they've discovered something, don't understand even the basics about business. It's embarrassing for them.
It's called lying. It's called lying and defrauding your customer when you make misrepresentations about your product. It's actually unbelievable that he would have the friggin' audacity to sit there in front of an audience which will contain at least a couple smart people and just blatantly fucking excuse lying to his own consumers about that shit. It's just nuts. Like,
One way you can do it is drop shipping. This is one of the common critiques. One of the dumbest criticisms of my business that's ever existed. There are companies all across this country, all across the world, that sell a product, let you put your label on it, and then make some money. They make some money selling it to you.
That's
you make some money
incredible.
selling it to someone else.
That's
It's that-
incredible. That's genuinely incredible that he's going to try to excuse lying to people by just saying, well, a lot of people drop ship. Yeah, no shit. A lot of people fucking drop shit. That's why it's really special when you say you have a coffee roasting company that owns a fucking warehouse and all the expensive roasting equipment and a K-Cup machine. That's a lot of money and risk. That's why it's impressive. If you're just drop shipping, it doesn't fucking matter. That's why people were interested in your fucking business, retard. Like, does he not recognize this, or is he just like pretending that nobody should care? Like, what a fucking dipshit ass thing to say. It's like offensive. It's like a lie that is so preposterous that it becomes offensive.
Simple. White labeling is not necessarily a bad thing. It still could be a high quality product. There's another aspect to the coffee business. That is, you could build your own, you could have the coffee roaster in your garage, and there are people that do that, but nearly everybody that starts out the way I started out. It's how you start a business. So you find a facility that roasts coffee and you say, I'd like to buy coffee at wholesale. And they say, we would like to sell you that coffee.
Yeah, we know how fucking drop shipping works, you piece of shit.
Like, I have my own facility. If you get a chance this weekend, feel free to check out my coffee company. I did like a little tour around the coffee plant. Like, this is my coffee. I don't think I can play the music, but like.
Oh yeah, I forgot he even had the employees of the Utah-based roaster dress up in his uniforms so that he could record it and pretend that he actually owned this facility. Deliberate efforts to mislead people and to try and show people that he owns something he doesn't. Like, you have to go out of your fucking way to lie like this. He should get fucked, honestly. He should really get fucked.
This is our stuff going on like live. Here you can see them unroasted beans, weighing them out. Here we're fulfilling orders. Here's the roaster in action, so you can look in and see where the beans are at. There's after roast. Where can I buy Mill Creek coffee? I have no idea. There's like this small group of people that think they know where.
What's funny is that they did find that facility, or that was recorded at, and then he's at a different facility. And there was even some speculation that he was roasting out of New Mexico for a while. So it really feels like part of the reason why he's cracking so bad is that when people find out where he's roasting from, because he doesn't, he's lying, that they drop him. Like, oh, you're the fucking ham bone guy. Fuck you. And then he has to find another one. So he's had to find 3 different manufacturers to keep drop shipping coffee. And he's pissed that he keeps getting found out like that. I'll watch another minute or so.
They've got it all figured out where I get my coffee from. It's not like I went out and bought like $1 million in machinery to roast my own beans. That's not how any of this works. But like, any idiot knows that. Ooh, exposed! A facility that does fulfillment for him occasionally on a certain roast is associated with him. Ooh, we got him.
Is that his fucking cope? Oh, I didn't lie before because it's only some roast. Well, that would imply that you have the $1 million fucking equipment for other roasts, you fucking monkey. Dude, this guy is such a piece of shit. It's crazy.
Did they think that I was in my garage roasting and doing it all myself? Of course not. Gotcha! You used a fulfillment center to ship.
Well, that's different.
Name a single business that doesn't. I don't even understand. I don't understand these people. This is not.
Gotcha! I'm going to defeat a point that nobody even made. These guys, this is like another lolcow tactic. It's like a common thing when a lolcow gets pressed on like their lies, that they'll create a straw man and viciously beat the fuck out of that and be like, these guys are so crazy. They said this thing that literally nobody ever fucking said before. Can you believe that? It's like a DSP-ism. I think DSP is the one who constantly like makes points that nobody makes and then attacks that point and then is like, aren't they retarded, guys? Aren't they dumb?
This is not an own. Anybody who ships anything uses a fulfillment center. They're like, I'm an internet autist. I don't have a job, but I figured out that you did a little fulfillment work for a guy I don't like on the internet. And like, we were all laughing at them. It's coffee with a YouTuber's name behind it. He just said it's made in the same place as big companies. Lol. No, that's actually not what I said. I said fulfillment is done in the same place that does many fulfillment.
Now he's lying.
And this may shock you, but people use fulfillment centers because they have economies of scale and they have all the shipping equipment and they can ship it affordably and they can, like, it's like people don't know anything.
He's like directly contradicting himself in the exact same fucking clip.
How any business works. I mean, this is like our beans that our customers get. I know a lot of people that have been in my streams many times already know I sell coffee, but a lot of people don't know it's my own. We roast our own. Literally any other YouTuber who's selling coffee does not roast their own beans. You know, not to dump on other YouTubers, coffee brands, but this is like, you know, we own the roasters. We have our massive roaster. We have all this stuff. So like, I do not drop ship. My stuff is all legit. It is, we have our own roasters. We have our own fulfillment.
This guy's such a piece of shit. I'm sick. I'm getting angry at him. I have to move on. And there's a full 27-minute courtesy of Return of the Mac and Cheese. Give him the old like Ruski here. If you want to watch through this montage of Jeremy Hambly contradicting himself and making false representations about his product, which he then sold to people, you're more than welcome to find it. It's postmarked here on page 2781 of the thread. And finally, our hero, Ethan Oliver Ralph. Ethan Oliver Ralph is having another cartoonish slap fight with Jewish sectorite Gabe Hoffman. Gabe Hoffman is so excited about the current bout of drama that he's actually DMing me clips again. So I do have some clips courtesy of Gabe Hoffman, which it's so weird because it's like Gabe Hoffman apparently does this to everybody. He just sends clips of like stuff he would think is funny for people to talk about on stream to like all the streamers. And then of course, if they are funny, he sends me stuff I don't play all the time. But with Ralph, he pays a lot of attention to Ralph, and I love Ralph stuff. So, like, he sent me some stuff, and I'm going to play it. And I'm saying that Gabe Hoffman sent me stuff that I'm going to play. And then it's like an actual thing where people think they have to, because he's Jewish, that it's like a money thing. And it's like, no, you're fucking Ethan Ralph. I don't give a shit who sends it to me. If it's funny, I'm going to play it. So, okay, Jewish Overlord. Oh, I said it. I did the thing again. It's been a while. Jewish Overlord, Big Gabe Hoffman, uploaded a clip of Ralph saying he's going to after Fresh and Fit. Okay, so this is Fresh and Fit mission number 3. Scarlett Hampton, the black prostitute, porn star, is slated to make an appearance on Fresh and Fit. I don't know why in particular, besides the fact that she's a hoe and that entire show is a fucking like parade of whores. I don't know what exactly she's doing on Fresh and Fit or why she was invited, but Ethan Oliver Ralph is not taking the fact that he was not invited onto Fresh and Fit very well. He went after the producer on Twitter, tried to bully him into letting him on the show, tried to make it like a blood sports thing on Marin's show. They weren't interested, so now he's just seething in the cut corner while the black whore gets the spotlight on the Marin Gaines show. And here's the clip, courtesy again of Gabe Hoffman.
But you motherfuckers have disrespected me, and I've been around a lot longer than you. And I am much more important, actually, to this scene than you fucking faggots who just bring on a bunch of whores every fucking week or whatever. Big fucking deal. I could fucking dial up my phone and have 10 whores right here for half the price. I don't even think you pay the whores. So, make it right or I'm going to make it wrong. Now, this is day 2 that I've done this. It could be day 200. I'm going to keep going. I haven't brought it to Twitter itself just yet. But I'm on the fuck Fresh and Fit game right now.
This guy, like I said, I've watched a couple of videos of him recently. His memory is fucked. He's completely shot. He's barely put together anymore. The idea that he's going to like go after Fresh and Fit and epically own them, he's going to forget about this shit in like a week. Like he's a wreck. It's hilarious that he thinks he has the capacity to accomplish anything at all. He just can't.
I will say this. They are more entertaining than the Whatever podcast. No insult to Andrew Wilson, but that show sucked. I will give him that. But every fucking day, there's not a proper response. There's not a proper respond to me, whore. Josie, we're gonna tomorrow. We're gonna.
It's whenever he gets like serious and angry, and he does like his serious angry face. It's just so sad. It's just so sad and pathetic. He's so weak and fat and doughy and sick and like ill from alcohol poisoning. And he's like wagging his fucking fat finger at you, like respond to me, whore. It's like, bro, you couldn't win a fight with anybody. You turning into an actual altercation with somebody would be like two homeless people wrestling over like a crack rock or something. It would just be pathetic.
I'm gonna pull up your CV. And we're gonna pull up your TikTok. And we're gonna pull up your Instagram. Until you fucking respond to me. Not Delaney. Me. You talk to me, bitch. Sorry for the...
Okay. Then, okay. He's talking about, okay, this is covering the Fresh and Fit inviting Scarlett on. I think this is him talking about it.
That's literally what was told to her. Let's just put it all out there. Gabe, clip this, you fat faggot. Actually, short faggot. And you're about to get some DMCAs too, by the way, so I hope you enjoy that. Since you didn't link my channel and you didn't tag me and you were actively trying to hurt me monetarily. So I would advise you to take down those clips from your channel because from your X feed, whatever the fuck you want to call it.
I actually asked...
Because I'm going to go through and file about 6 or 7 DMCAs on your fucking ass tonight.
Oh, I did get a message.
So
I asked Gabe if he had received any DMCAs, and he says no. He's received no notifications. He did get a claim 2 months ago, but he succeeded in overturning it.
We'll see what X does. But regardless, they hit your ass last time, didn't they? Ralph is now threatening the show's booker. Gabe is an evil little fucking gremlin. Fuck. Has nothing to do. Well, maybe it has something to do with his heritage, but he's just an evil motherfucker. People call me evil. People call me bad, whatever the fuck. And, you know, there's some things I regret. I ain't never done anything like Gabe Hoffman has done. He also said he owned the story of one of the people. My mother was... my mother, she was...
There's literally not a stream of Ethan Ralph where he's not crying about his fucking mom.
My closest confidant. There's nothing I didn't tell her. And I remember...
And the one time that she came to me and said, my son, who I've cared for my entire life and listened to even as an adult who can't handle his own problems, can you take me to my dialysis? I said to that bitch, it's not even hot outside. And then she died alone in the hospital.
I told her about the tape release.
Oh my God. No wonder why she's...
God, did you really...
No wonder why she's fucking dead. You had to tell your mom that you fucking revenge porn the mother of your child and thumbed her booty hole? What the fuck?
I said, yeah, I'm going to go to Williamsburg. Because I was thinking they might come to my house. and picked me up. So I went to Williamsburg to stay for 3 days. And then I went and checked. This is all public record. This is not DVRO, whatever, violation. This is public record. Faith talked to me on the phone and said, I want you to come check me out at I believe it was George Washington University Hospital. AMA, against medical advice. And I signed the slip. I checked her out. And I fucked the shit out of her. I'm pregnant with my son. So, it's a wild story, I gotta say.
I gotta tell you the truth, Mom. Here's the truth, Ma. If you want to know the truth about it, I took a mental patient out of the psych ward and I knocked her up, bitch. I recorded the whole thing and posted it on the internet. You can see me suck the shit out of her fucking asshole if you want to, Mama. And no, I won't be taking you dialysis, bitch.
What our status is, actually. And I'm not getting into that. So, smoke on that, Gabe. Smoke on that like you smoke on a fucking foreskin. Fucking. So, Ethan Ralph wanted to appear with her. Actually, it was her idea. But they were unsurprisingly not interested in him. Well, no, the lesbo who was booking their show, the lesbian Jew who was booking their show, wanted to fuck her, quite clearly. And told her, Myron likes a bottle of Hennessy. The fuck what Myron likes? What the fuck you gotta bring? They ought to be paying her. What, she gotta go out of pocket to buy this fucking absolute?
You know what's weird? If you ever go to a liquor store and you look around, oftentimes you'll find like really, really expensive bottles of like whiskey, like $200 bottle of whiskey just sitting there on the shelf. But then like the Hennessy is behind the counter. Like you have to ask for the fifth of Hennessy if you want a Hennessy cognac or whatever. But if you want like a $200 bottle of like limited barrel release, whatever the fuck aged whiskey, it's there for the taking. And it's like, black people, numbers don't make sense and shit. It's about the Hennessy, because the Henny is what they drank in the rap music. And the black people, they want the rap music Henny, and they don't want the fancy liquor. You saying? You don't want the fancy liquor, they want the Henny, because that's what's in the rap music. The black people, that when they listen to the black people in the rap music, they got the Henny. And it's just a bizarre thing that I noticed. Like, that bottle's like worth half as much as this whiskey is. But I can just reach over there and grab that. But I have to ask for the Hennessy because black people will be stealing shit. It's very perplexing, very convoluted.
Bottle of Hennessy? I'm pretty sure he knows the fucking where the bottle of Hennessy's are. That's literally what was told to her. Let's just put it all out there, Gabe. Clip this, you fat faggot.
All he has to do is ignore Gabe. I don't understand. I honestly just don't understand the obsession with Gabe. Let's see here. I filed 15 DMCAs and they aren't false. Good luck. He's going to copy and paste the same fucking reply to each of them. And then this is the most bizarre thing. Okay, I want my armchair psychologist to analyze this. Cloneristic says, even if it's gross, and actually because it is, a woman eating your ass is hot because she wouldn't be doing it unless she was out of her ever-loving mind with horniness. A void that has developed into man-ass eating is utterly feral, no longer human. Ethan Ralph quote tweeted this, which is weird enough and disgusting. And then he tweets Jesse, the long-haired guy who tries to dress up like Digibro. And I don't know what the fuck this means. Is Jesse into eating ass? Is he inviting Jesse to eat his ass? To become overwhelmed with horniness and to eat Ethan Ralph's ass? It's a perplexing topic that can be debated in the halls of armchair psychology. But there's some bizarre communication happening that's in public that is unintelligible to me. Okay, I don't have the appropriate equipment, the appropriate frame of mind to fully understand and appreciate what the fuck is going on in this conversation. And I think there is one more thing from Gabe worth showing. Because hopefully, God willing, is unrelated to ass eating. Oh no, the clip that I played about Faith was the one I was thinking of posting that I got sent. Okay. Great. So that's the Ralph update. Currently arranging a birthday gangbang ass eating competition with Jesse. And I think that's a good a time as any to wrap it up, chat. So I will be reading the super chats. Thank you very much for watching. I have a nice country song for the outro if you're into that, which I hope you would be, chat. Got the nice green. And let us proceed. Hopefully the dashboard has been working this entire time. It looks like it has been, so let's read. Citrus for one says, finally saw Iron Lung. I get why Hollywood is afraid of it. The pros have been having issues attaining that kind of quality. Much more troubling appeasing fans of relevant source material. I shill it. I'm glad. It is the hot goss right now that Hollywood is losing its magic to indie studios. And honestly, I wish them the best. Genjada, 1900. And by the way, I know that like Georgia has been finagling for a long time to try and be the new Hollywood with tax breaks and shit. I know The Walking Dead was filmed there like a decade ago. But it would be very cool if Hollywood lost all of its momentum and just every state had a competent film authority and it was easy just to like shoot in Iowa for cheap. Because that's what needs to happen. Genjada, 1900 for 5 says, use this purchase things at the general store so you can avoid dysentery. Hain... Ig, WTF Lamau, bottom text. I will. Thank you. I will not get dysentery. I appreciate it. Hemlock Tea for 25 gifted 5 subs. Thank you very much. Generic username and password for 10 says, here's some wholesome Kiwi pizza content, and then there's a YouTube link. Okay, let's check it out. This is a short. It is a Kiwi.
So that's a really good one. That's a really good one.
Yeah,
you like that?
It was all right.
Well, right. Well, this next one's even funnier.
And look at that. Oh, the shift is over.
Oh yeah,
So-
no, I guess it is.
Yeah, don't worry
So
about it.
yeah, I'll just send you a link to his stuff. It's really funny.
Yeah, don't worry about it, man.
No, you'll like
That's
it.
good.
You'll
Hey
like
guys,
it.
what's up?
Hey, Night Shift crew. What's up, man?
Yeah, good shift today.
Apparently, we sold -1.
Hey, I've never had a night shift. Is it fun?
No, man.
Oh. Well, see you tomorrow, I guess.
Have a good
Yeah, guys,
shift,
have a good
man.
night.
Yeah, man.
Enjoyed
just watch everything in
sleeping.
the link
Yeah,
I
you don't
sent
have
you.
to-
We'll talk about it tomorrow.
Oh, hey man, didn't see
Hey,
you.
what's up, man?
Do you skate?
No, I just found this in the drawer next to the cash
Can
register.
can you do a trick?
No, I don't really. That's not
Just
my
try.
thing. I don't
Everyone-
do- All right, I'll try.
Is this...
What?
Nice.
Okay, yeah, I won't lie. That actually felt really good.
I'm ending it there. This humor does not appeal to me, chat. But that was a nice kickflip from the Kiwi. Good job, Kiwi. Atomic Angel for 5 says, one fact about India is that after gaining independence, Indian businesses were so overregulated, they called it the license Raj, or rule of license. Well, I know what Raj means. I did not know that, actually. I guess probably because they need you to bribe people to get rid of the regulations, right? That's how it works in India. Thank you. Bloop gifted 10 subscriptions for $50. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Generic username and password for 1 says, why did you have to signal all the bondage-obsessed lolicons by playing Inspector Gadget? I don't know what the fuck that means, buddy. I haven't seen nothing like that. Bunker Housing for 5 says, almost missed fixing my AC. It beeps. Why can this be? You burgers, no AC. I don't know. Is it failing to dehumidify the air properly? That might be why. Thank you. Dark Western for 5 says, if you ever feel down and out, just remember that you're not British and you'll feel better right away. It's true. Knowing that you're not British means that you can actually fix problems. And if you were British, you would not be able to. But not being British enables you to do whatever you want. Thank you. Humble Guardsman for 5 says, fuck you, Canada. I can't breathe. Ah. It's true, because they're asphyxiating on smog. Thank you. Moringodo for 20 says, I bloody well told you the UK would never actually ban VPNs, didn't I? You might have, but they might still do it. Why wouldn't they? Right now, their only justification is that minorities benefit from VPNs. If that ever stops happening, then they might just wait like, oh, too many people are being racist using VPNs, so we had to fix that. Thank you. Sirius McNegative for 676 says, as a mere UK denizen, I must pay the tide, even if it means Ofcom check me license. Thanks for dunking on us. We need it. You're welcome. Anytime. TB Deluxe for 5 says, rewatching old South Park, the episode about Hannibal Lecter kid that toilet papers houses. His name was Josh. Did you ever TP houses when you were little, Josh? No, I never got into like weird mischief like that, believe it or not. Thank you. Mulligan 2 for 5 says, I know you love cooking streams. Here Oddcast makes burgers he got from Gordon Ramsay personally. Okay.
Okay, so now let's get to the ingredients. We're going to add a little bit of ketchup to this. A little bit of ketchup. Everybody pay attention here. A little bit of ketchup. Next,
okay,
we will be adding a little bit of mustard for flavor. Get some mustard in there. Next, we will be adding Ritz crackers.
Ritz crackers.
Okay. A little bit of Ritz crackers to the beef here.
I feel like this is bait. He's live streaming this shit, and it's just obviously like a pound of beef is like each patty, and then he's like sprinkling gross shit on it. Like, listen, I'm too smart for this. You can't fucking fool me with this bullshit. Where's my dashboard at? There we go. Okay. TB Deluxe for 1 says, also since you like watch Widow's Bay. Oh, since you like from the show, watch Widow's Bay. Okay, I don't think I've heard of that one. I'll look into it. Iron Halo Corp for 10 says, I'm Suffa if you want to know the bish about it. Is not goodbye horses on the top, bish. Now, wait a minute, B-Jams, Gator. You will not horse at me like this. It's not bish. I think this is like a chat program, like a, what's it's like a Russian name or something chain. Of like text generation before they figured out AI. That's what it sounds like. If it was just fed Ethan Ralph scripts. Thank you. So Mulligan 2 for 1 says, Kiwi Casino on Kid Bandits all tranny wrestling show went never. Breadwash 5 for maybes. Maybe some point. I don't know how desperate we get. Breadwash 5 for 5 says, speaking of Red Letter Media, you ever watch Space Cop? No, I do not intend to. Dark Western for 1 says, pro tip, trademark the concept of heaven first, become trillionaire. You're welcome, and happy pizza day. Thank you. Joshin Shipvick gifted a sub. Thank you. Porglac for 1 says, Canada is really pulling a Win Bruce. Don't remember who that is. No one does. That makes it funnier. Win Bruce joke. Okay, I'll take your word for that. Gray Real for 10 says, I love when you go on rants about payment processors because I'm head of payment sourcing at my org. They are all scum and all need to die. Much love. You're very welcome. I will continue to do so for the rest of my life. Thank you. Citrus Addict for 1 says, DST was created and lobbied by Hershey's to sell 1 more hour's worth of Halloween candy. I wish to fuck I were making this up. You are full of shit, just so you know. Barilla Furman for 1 says, school is definitely only still up for the sake of money flowing through it. When you take into account AI cheating, curve grading, etc., it's ambitious individuals to teach themselves now IMO. It is. The only, and I mean the only reason to go to university is if you intend to start a company. I learned this, the most obvious thing I learned this from was looking into the history of Vivek Ramaswamy. Vivek Ramaswamy, well, if you need a degree to get like a license for like medicine or whatever, or law, then you have to get it. But if you're there, your number one priority besides passing should be meeting people. The people you're going to start your business with in your late 20s that's going to make you a millionaire is going to be met by doing shit at university. That is the only actual value of going to university, is that you're going to hopefully you're going to meet people that are worth a shit. That's it. Octavia sales rep for 20 says college uni are not necessary anymore. People should enter the workforce and apprentice their advantage, then advance their education through work in the industry. Yeah, if you're not going to be starting a business, you should be getting a trade instead. I would agree with that. Thank you. Unkind Naysayers for 2 says, gun to your butt, name 5 women to prove you aren't a misogynist. Ellen Page, Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris, Merkel, and Ursula von der Leyen. the normal 5 picks of someone who spends way too much time reading about fucking politics. Kid Bandit, oh no. Bunker Housing for 5 says, so what is Crunklord's plan? Is he gonna suicide before getting old? He's not a fucking tranny. Be nice to Crunklord. The Horror Speeder for 1 says they impregnated a Warframe Josh, and then there is a Twitter link, which is extremely suspect given the fucking message of that message, but there's a pregnant Warframe. Do I have to sign in to watch this? Okay, give me a second. I'll fucking download this fucking bullshit. Very fucking good. So the message is from Rosie's TV that says there's a pregnant Warframe, and this is a fucking VTuber. You sent me a fucking I just downloaded a fucking VTuber clip to my fucking computer. Okay, let's see if this is worth it. Oh wow, it is pregnant. It does the baby rub and everything. Jade, become enraptured by the song of devastation. Through her, the Jade light can be the force of destruction or source of support. Yeah, that's really creepy. That's really creepy and gross. It's like it's a robot, so this is just like weird fetish shit, and I don't like this at all, actually. That's almost definitely for like those heel slut people that are like who see like supporting in a video game is like a sexual thing. It's like gross. Balls man sack for 10 says go to 20. Oh my god, go to 28, and this is what I imagine to like to run funny green website. Okay, let's see the video. It's just very annoying. It's just like I have like a camp of like litigious trannies, and then like a camp of like animal torturers who are like out to get me. And it's just weird. It's like you're constantly being threatened by people who are like actually evil and very impotent at the same time. And then the biggest threats are always like legal apparatuses attached to this. Porglack for 1 says, Tim Waltz, pardon him because they are Eskimo bros when it comes to small Chinese girls. That's fucking gross. Rongold for 2 says, Josh, for these $2, you have to be enthusiastic. You have to be ecstatic. Do you feel it? Do you feel joy and whimsy? Yippee, death to the unwhimsical. Bro, I am in a state of like upper echelon whimsy and merriment at this exact moment. Trust. Peen Wienerstein for 1 says, other than one being a robot and one being a human, what exactly is the differences in seeing a deafblind doctor and just putting symptoms into Claude Chat GPT AI? Just so you know, all real professionals now are just doing that. If you go to see like a diagnostician, he's just putting your symptoms into Chat GPT. I hate to break it to you, but all professionals just use AI at this point. But the difference is that the deafblind doctor is a surgeon, and ChatGPT cannot yet perform surgery. Abominable Homan for 5 says, since we are on the subject of boomers, behold the ultimate boomer goal. Just so you know, the video fee is $10 because it takes much fucking time. It's just like a meme of like a guy in a jar.
And the Lord God said, behold, the man is become as one of us, to know good and evil. And now, lest he put forth his hand, and take also of the tree of life, and eat and live forever, we must send him forth. Therefore the Lord God sent him forth from the Garden of Eden, to till the ground from whence he was taken. The Conclave Bible. Data.
Yeah, basically, bro. Basically. Escopito617 for 229 says it's called trypanophobia. Jersh, get it right. Is that the whole fear thing? It makes sense. That sounds right to me. Ace of Spades for 10 says, I can't do doctoring Shiat, but I'm pretty sure I'm better than her as I will be able to hear the patient screaming in pain. P.S. Ask Grumble to change buy and send to buy and sneed DS. I'll see if they're amenable to that. Thank you. Stan Stanley, for once, speaking of Warframe, if you need Reddit content, there was a pet play cosplay stage on the Warframe Con. They have a Warframe Con? Is it a pregnant dog? It's like a bunch of fucking Reddit comments. Where's the fucking pregnant robot? Oh my god, these people are disgusting. I would be so utterly humiliated if I went to a convention for anything and these people were on stage for any reason. Even if they were like just repairing like the studio lights behind the stage, I would be fucking mortified. Focus Higgins for subscribe for 4 months. Thank you very much. It's Redcap for 5 says Warframe's monetization allows you to grind items to trade for premium currency. I can't think of another live service game that allows this, and it's been around for 10 plus years. Could be worse. TLSD. They all do. The EVE Online, old school RuneScape, the things you can buy with real money become in-game items, and then you can trade them for in-game currency. So you can theoretically buy that shit. But then if you actually like even out the cost of your labor, you're working like 10 hours to buy a $9 piece of shit. So it's like there's no fucking point. Thank you. Let's hear for one says, all right, Josh, what's your ORRS scholarship level? Fire Cape, Desert Treasure 1, 2, Monkey Madness, or 1, major boss kills, raid completions. I never played any of the... I hate bosses, but it's like they're trying to make old school RuneScape fucking Dark Souls, and it's fucking gay. Dark Souls is fucking gay. The Dark Soulification of everything is fucking gay. I don't want to memorize fucking patterns to beat a boss. It's fucking gay. Anything that requires memorization is not skill. It's fucking boring. I think I have the Fire Cape. I'm pretty sure. I think I beat Desert Treasure 1. I have the ancient spells for sure. I think I beat Monkey Madness 1 as well. Several times, actually. I haven't played any of that new shit. Sorry, though. Libster for 5 says, Josh, I'm retarded and don't code, but Claude built the tool of my dreams for like 2 days of prompting. I want to build cool stuff, but if computer can do it better, why bother to learn it all? As a programmer, Claude will do things I don't want it to, in a way I don't want it to do. I have a very specific way that I like things done. And if you ask Claude to give you something, it'll give it to you. But, you know, if you want it done a certain way, you have to know how it works on the back end. But really, you don't need... I'm telling you, you do not need H-1B programmers anymore. We should not be importing a single fucking programmer into this country. They are not needed. They are going on the way out, and there's nothing that we need a programmer for in this country. Unless they are like 160 fucking IQ, AI model building super geniuses, like actual fucking certified genius talent that you cannot replace. You do not need them in this country. Oh no's, thank you. For 2 says, if any Maddie listener knows what happened to Twitter user formerly known as 838380, aka Oh No Guy, briefly, numbers NVIDIA, please send an email to funnytroller12@gmail.com. I have no idea what that is, but if you know this guy, please help him out. Stina Stanley, for 1, says, the VTuber Jersh likes the most resembles Tomoko. Curious. She looks like a fucking, like, I don't know. That's a weird comment. The Orange Cow, for 5, says, from the makers of fake farts, we bring you fake sperm. It's so true. It is fake sperm. It's bullshit. It's fucking fake. Everything's fucking gaked now. Big things coming. Thank you, by the way. For 1, says, I'm late and therefore gay today. As always, have a nice weekend. Chat and jaunch, but mostly chat. I'm sure they will. Liz Frog Jones for 5 says, late, but this famous Boondock slip seems relevant. Okay. Let's play the copyright clip for $5, chat.
What I don't understand is that if it's so offensive to them, then why do they say it over and over again?
So Riley said the N-word before you did that morning.
He says it every morning. He calls me nigga. He calls the other kids nigga. He calls himself nigga all the time. Nigga this, nigga that, nigga please. Bitch nigga, nigga, have you lost your mind? Nigga, check that hoe. Nigga, you bullshitting. Break yourself, nigga. He says it so much I don't even notice it anymore. Last week in lunch, Riley says to a classmate, "Can a nigga borrow a French fry?" And my first thought wasn't, oh my God, he said the word, the N-word. It was, now how is a nigga gonna borrow a fry? Nigga, is you gonna give it back? I'm telling you, my inside voice didn't talk like that before he got in my class.
It was one of the best shows ever made, The Boondocks. There are so many classic episodes of Boondocks. And what's funny is it's like with early South Park. There are so many episodes of South Park where you remember most episodes of South Park, if you watch like it serially, like each episode one after the other, you pick up that almost every episode has an A plot and a B plot, and they go back and forth between them. Sometimes there's even a C plot, but mostly it's A and B plots. It's never usually one storyline. Rarely it is. Sometimes it's one storyline over 2 episodes, or it's like one storyline over 2 episodes with different B plots in each episode, but it's almost always A plot, B plot. And sometimes you'll watch an episode of the Boondocks or the South Park after not seeing it for 10 years, and you'll remember both the A plot and the B plot. And it's just like a fantastic episode where both sides of that were like double barreled in being memorable and mimetic. Especially like I think like season 8 of South Park is like that, where it's like every episode is like shit you remember on both sides of it. It's like, damn, I thought that was different episodes, but no, they crammed that shit all in. Nothing like that anymore, chat. CO for 2 says, Denims looks like a smelly bitch. And there's a tweet. And there's another tweet with a video in it that I can't fucking play. Yeah, she's brown, dude. I don't know what you want me to say. Yeah, she's brown. All brown people look like they stink. CO for 1 says, this Van Talk makes me think Josh flips cars on Boomer Book Bish. I do not, I promise. Generic username and password for 1 says, we need to try Crayola soda for the locals. Crayola soda. It's just soda in like a crayon shape. I'm not paying $30 for fucking soda. Fuck that. Buy your own damn soda. Dewanko for 5 says, ferrets from last time, they're stinky but great for checking for hidden blockages. I learned recently they're used to connect wires through long pipes. Maybe they help your physical drives. You can just get a fucking stick for that, like a wire. You don't have to use a ferret. That's insane. Thank you. Romulonk for 20 says, the people need to know. And let me guess, this is the fucking Argonian song again. No, this is the fucking fish. Fuck you. I'm not fucking showing the fucking fish in the bag video. Fuck you off. Big things coming for 1 says, I need a fundraiser this time. It's for Noel's racist piggy bank. It's true. Give me my piggy bank back. Citrus Addict for 1 says, fucking underage girls and being a fag aren't mutually exclusive. It's overlap. Kids lack proper sexual dimorphism. Thank you for this interesting insight into faggot pedophile psychology. Debugs for 10 says, this wigga looked like Nick and Tennis, Charlie Kirk dreamed all together. Bro, I'm never gonna get the fuck there. I feel like it was like a long time where I wasn't getting any videos and super chats, and now it's like the last 3 have just been endless fucking super chats and videos.
Cracker got an AR, like he shooting schools up. Yellow wide body, Hellcat look like.
Why would you send me this shit? Why would you send me 1900 Rugrat one take free stuff? Fuck off with this fucking slop. It's like fucking computer generated shit. Spring the cat for 10 says, Josh, is this overkill for home? Fuck! And then it's a streamable link, and you know that these don't fucking load usually. Okay, it's spinning, I think. Okay. This appears to be a Glock with a drum barrel. Is this the Glock with a drum barrel? is a Glock with a drum barrel and a the Glock switch. No, it's not. In fact, every American should have one when they turn 18. Okay. Thank you. Sneha Standing for one says he's a pedo. He's cucked. His brother was turned into a bone chair. Whoa, buddy. It's true. It's all true. It's so true. Peen Wienerstein for one says the infuriating thing about Jeremy Hamblin at Hambly is he thinks everyone is just as retarded as he is. It's true. That seems to be his primary personality flaws, that he underestimates everybody as being his equal. That's a good way to put that. He underestimates everyone as being his equal. Red Eyes Black Dragon for 5 says Kiwi Farms Coffee Company win soon. The Argentine guy I keep mentioning recently, he is in the industry of bean juice, kinda, sorta. So at some point, eventually, once I have a payment processor that doesn't fucking drop me, which I'm still working on, maybe theoretically one day we will be able to. I mean, I could do it. It's fucking easy, and it would unironically not be drop shipped. I mean, I wouldn't own the full factory, but I would be sourcing the actual beans, which I want to say that if I'm specifically sourcing beans to my flavor profile and getting it roasted to my specification, I put in 1,500 times the effort of what's his face? I almost said Boogie, but it's Hambly I'm thinking about. Sneedo for one, thank you. Sneedo for one says, Bish, if you need a food place to review, go to In-N-Out in Tennessee and review the secret menu items. Bish, I think that is a fucking meme, and I'm not going to Tennessee, and I'm not reviewing those secret food items, Bish. Ace of Sneeze for 10 says, poor Ralph got laid low by Parkinson's. He got laid low by a bunch of shit. Thank you. Red Eyes Black Dragon for 2 says, it's surreal that May and the other ones sometimes have to explain their once relationship, Faith, who you're thinking of, with Ralph. No, they will never tell anybody that until the day they fucking die. Sneedo for 10 says, Josh, have you seen this video being passed around by the Jeets on Zitter? No. Let's see. Well, of course, this is a Twitter link, so I have to download it. While I'm doing that, Gabe is also messaging me. He's watching live. Oh, that is funny. He says that somebody important appreciates the Kiwi Farms, which is nice. It's a nice message, chat. I'm getting a message from the Jews that say they like my website. Isn't that nice? That makes me very happy. Okay, this is the Jeet Cope video. Let's see.
This is Dr. Cumskin, the inventor of Per Capita. After finding out that Mayo pigs raped dogs, fucked their sisters, and shot schools, he knew he had to invent something to cope to make white people peaceful and sheet and make other races seem more violent. So he invented Per Capita, the biggest cope invented by Cumskins.
This video 100% is not made by Indians. There's no, it defies belief that anyone could be that fucking stupid. This is like white people made this to further make fun of Indians. That's my take. Thank you. The Orange Cow for 10 says, how's the new search feature going? The one that's superheating your room. Great. It is still processing because there's like a backlog of millions of videos. And sometimes the rental service I use breaks and I don't notice, but for a couple days later, but it is going. Thank you. Some Mulligan 2 for one says, it's pretty obvious that Ralph and the Quartering and the rest of the sector are attention whores that want to be talked about and don't care that it's negative. Yeah, to an extent. I feel like Hambone is like genuinely suffering though. I feel like I can feel his radiating like anguish. And it's very satisfying. Bunker Housing for 5 says, it's working now anyway. Sweet coldness. I'm glad your AC is working, buddy. You're closer to being American now. Thank you. Haramburger for 2 says, direct your Super Chat audience to the most loyal Sneechat user, Judas, on YouTube. He's now playing Castlevania. And there's a YouTube link, but you motherfucker know the rules. Fuck you. Cino for 1 says, Bish, if you need a food review, you already sent this. Hamburger for 2 says, I thought the first South Park game, Stick of Truth, was good. Fan service that had callbacks to every episode. Buy it on sale. Chat. It is. I enjoyed Stick of Truth. I especially enjoy the part where they use Hitler quotes for like the Nazi like attack sounds, but it's literally just Hitler saying "für den Schule," which just means for your school. So like I don't know. It's just like random shit. It doesn't make sense. Anime Extremist for one says, Josh, the Boondocks is anime. Are you saying that you're now pro-anime and pro-weeb? No. Bunker Housing for 5 says, some guy at work is saving and trying to conserve Flash games. That is also a treasure losing to time. Except that Flash games have a very good ally on their side. Unironically, Newgrounds' owner, Tom Fulp, is still like in the game. And he has built tools to convert Flash animations into WebMs and stuff. And I have used it, and it's actually very good. I use it to save Alfred's Playhouse and convert those to high-quality MP4s. So the stuff is out there, and Tom Fulp is doing his best. He's like he's a mensch. I don't know how else to put it. Thank you. Bossman Jack in it for 20 says, Josh, if you can do community service and teach kids how not to be lolcows, who would you use as an example and why? Probably Ralph. I feel like Ralph is probably the most likely candidate for how a regular person could turn into a lolcow. Just by being like low IQ white trash and get a drug addiction, and then have your addiction income linked to like your online presence. I feel like he's probably the most likely candidate for like a general population of lolcow pipeline. Thank you. Fatty Caddy for one says, nice show. Thank you. Big things coming for one says, one more dollar for prosperity and because I'm poor. Nice show. Good night. Thank you. P. Weirstein for one says, new null rage bait method unlocked. Make him play rap music via super chat. Yes, no, please don't send me $50 super chats with rap music. I would hate that. Chloe Dante for 20 says, Ayala is a gender swap destiny complete with inappropriate communications with 15-year-olds. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Maybe they should hook up. That'd be like the power couple. Ayala and Destiny super ship win. Thank you very much. And Citrus Addict for one says, send Josh more money with vid links just because it makes me angry. Don't do it. I do have, for whatever reason, the XMR chat stuff did not get embedded in the overlay, but I do have that somewhere, and I'll read those now. I think there's a couple. There are. Chuddy for 240 says, have you seen the old movie Death Wish? If that's the one with... No, that's Final Destination. No, I don't think I've ever seen Death Wish. Sorry. Annan for 240 says, boomers with AI or something else, parentheses, creepy. And then there is a Twitter link. Let's check it out. 1929 stock crash. I found this guy's account where he makes AI videos of Chimpette flirting with him. Okay. Apparently the audio is important, so I will download this real quick. Because I got to admit, I am slightly curious to see the chipmunk video. Okay. Not my proudest submission, but I do want to see it. Okay, I think I got it.
This obsession movie is scary. Please protect us, Alpha Greg.
Don't worry, Munchkins. Alpha Greg is here to protect you. Know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's a mentally ill person for sure. I don't know what the fuck that was supposed to be. That's profoundly mentally ill. Fork Knife Enjoyer for $25 says, you have a sleeper agent activated an old memory of mine. YouTube link. To this day, I keep thinking Mein Kampf, the only real book ever made, which is far better than Fork Knife. Okay, let's see.
No Uncle Gadget, just playing a game.
Instead of playing on your computer book, you should be reading a real book, like Mein Kampf. It's the best thing and the most amount of heritage you can have while taking a crap.
But Uncle Gadget, it's Fortnite.
Oh yes, I know what this is. Fortnite.
No, Uncle Gadget, it's called Fortnite.
Oh, Fortnite.
What accent is that? I don't know. This seems dark. This gives me dark vibes, okay? And then, okay, there were from last week, but after the stream, apparently. The lowercase L Linternet for 5 says, the funeral for Ayatollah Khamenei delivered his corpse in a truck decorated with the logo for Kesko, one of Finland's largest supermarket groups, which is a mistake since they could have gotten their Ayatollah from Lidl for half the price. They should have decked out the Ayatollah in some Lidl clothing, some kind of drip, Lidl-centric fashion accessories. I don't know what you would call that. Kurt Eichenwald, Anime Masturbator for 10 says, Glorious Kiwi Emperor, do you want a copy of Kick-Assia? I know PPP was looking forward for one, and I want you to be able to flex on him. I honestly don't know what the fuck that is, but if you want to send it to the West Virginia P.O. Box, then I will one day make the journey up there to go get it. Thank you. Dennis, any from the other panel? I did not. Okay, great. We're done. I have a great country song picked out if you're into that shit. And otherwise, thank you very much for sticking all the way to the very, very end. I do appreciate it. And I will see you guys on next Friday. Take it easy. Have a great weekend. And this is Parker McCollum, Solid Country Gold. Bye-bye.
Cocaine on the table, cigarette in my lip. I try to hang with the kids these days, but the kids swear I ain't hip. Naked girl in my bedroom, gut string in my hand. 22 years my senior, ain't it good to be the man? Yes, ma'am. Whoa, where did all the good times go? Give my last nickel to hear me a little Guy Clark on the radio. Plastic on the sofa, shag carpet on the stairs. Teardrop velvet Elvis with a Naugahyde easy chair. Live oaks in the front yard, I'm still on the fence. Sleeping's good for dreaming, y'all, but it don't pay the rent. Whoa, where did all the good times go? I give my last nickel to hear me a little Rodney on the radio. Tequila in my coffee, huevos on the stove. I think of all the love I found and lost along the road. A little jangle in my pocket, pearl snaps on my shirt. Tell Jesus I'm in Texas when they put me in the dirt. Whoa, where did all the good times go? Give my last nickel to hear me a little John Prine on the radio. Whoa, where did all the good times go? Give me a Z28 with an 8-track tape, solid country gold. Damn, I gotta go. I'm gonna be late.